Welcome to Paris, where the city is playing host to the 2024 Paralympic Games. Coming up, athletics fans treated to more world record action on the track. On guard, wheelchair fencing gets underway at the Grand Palais. And the shooters just 50 metres away from a gold medal. Here are the highlights.
Before she lost in that final to the Italian Vincenza Petrilli, 7 set points to 3. She's a good archer. But so too is Yamul Shingle.
Yeah.
She's going to have to watch that Shingle. She won't want any more 7s on her scorecard. Because Pujar's good enough to capitalise on them.
No. Great grouping. Schenkel was actually adjusting her sight from not really the best of loose. So let's just watch where this arrow goes. Yeah. She shouldn't have moved her sight. She should have just worked on her technique.
So last arrow of the first set here. Puja taking her time. Knows that an 8 or higher will be good enough for the 2 set points.
Great shooting.
Yeah, she's made a good start, hasn't she?
She has.
Shingle, yeah, just starting to show a few signs there that she's getting things sorted on the shooting line, but the Indian has taken the 2 set points in that one, 27 to 24. So a bit of scoreboard pressure on Turkey's Yamul Shingle as we start the second set.
That's better. Yeah. More online, more of, you know, just needs to lower it just a touch, but great line.
No. Well, nothing but 9 so far for Puja. She looks like she's in exactly the right mindset, Puja.
She does. She's brought all her arrows with her, though. She's so weighted down with arrows. That's okay.
Yeah, first time out of the gold zone in the match, but Shingle just struggling. She's got a couple of 10s in her previous match. No sign of one of those just yet. She needs one now desperately, and she's close to one.
Yeah, definitely.
But forlorn look on her face, isn't there, Shingle? Realises that's probably not going to be enough against the Indian.
Puja only needs a 6.
That's right. Here's a few arrows in that quiver, isn't there? Looks like there's well over a dozen there, doesn't there?
Oh, yeah, 2 dozen.
Let's have a look here for Puja, and she's got the win in that set too with another 9. Brilliant scoring from Puja. 5 9s from her 6 arrows, and she's looking good in this match as she races out to a 4-0 lead. It's all about execution.
Definitely. She's got great execution.
Here we are. Now the dimensions of this set should be completely different for Shingle. She knows she's in it now.
Yeah, and Puja does as well.
No. Yeah. Well, Puja looks like she's in the zone where nothing. She's not going to be distracted by anything.
Shingle just needs to apply more pressure by hitting the goal.
Again, that worrying look on release. She knew that one wasn't going into the gold. It just hung in for the 8, which is okay.
Steady, really steady. It's good shooting. This is 70 metres away, this target.
Yep, if you're watching para archery, recurve, this is exactly the same setup for able-bodied athletes. Big arrow here for Shingle. It's a 10. Regardless of that, it's a 10 to win here for Pooja. 10 will definitely be enough for Pooja.
Not had one yet.
No. And she's got the 9, so at worst it's going to be a tie for Pooja. But that arrow from Shingle, the Indians are celebrating because they think they might have just got it by a point. But has that last arrow from Shingle been... It's going to get upgraded to a 10, so we just got to wait for confirmation here, but they're looking pretty good. The Indian coach is convinced. Maybe he's had a look through his lens to have a... He's switched it over to the other target just to have a quick look. But provisionally it's 6-0 at the moment.
Contestant errors for both archers in set 3. A 9 and 8 and a 9.
Great stuff from Pooja. Very consistent.
However, not quite enough.
8 9s and an 8.
Yeah, very good.
Takes the third set.
Now that line there, had that arrow there, has it clipped the 10 line?
I think it might just be out.
Yeah. It has. It is just out. It's over. And there is confirmed score. Pooja with the win, 6-0. Shingle will be bitterly disappointed not to kick on from her previous win in the earlier round, but just not good enough in that match. Pooja, too consistent, too good. There's your winner. And it's Pooja from India into the quarterfinals.
Looking
here
strong
at the individual recurve. And she wins by 6 set points to 0.
Italy.
It's time to put that disappointment behind them and win a medal for themselves, their country, their family, their friends. Elisabetta Mino for bronze here, and Sengali Dembaril of Mongolia.
Representing Mongolia, Selengi Dembaril.
And you have to win this to secure a medal.
You do, so there's a lot on the line here. It's going to be Mino to go first. The Italian on target number 1. She wins here. This will be her second individual Paralympic Games medal. She won silver in London. And her other 2 medals that she's won have both been in mixed teams competition. Dembaril now from Mongolia.
Set 7.
Going to have to hold it together mentally, these two. Because they both know they've got the ability, and they've
proved that.
They have proved that in this competition. You're right, John.
8.
No adjustment of the sight needed from Mino.
No, she knew her form wasn't right then.
Dead even after 2 arrows in this first set.
I think it's going to be the last arrow of every set.
Well, if that's the case, John, we're in for a treat.
We are.
In this match.
Set 7.
No gold. No gold start.
Mino struggling for her range in that first set. So here's a big chance for Dembaril to take the first set. It's going to be an 8 or higher for the win, and she's got it. She's got that 8. So there's the first 2 set points to Dembaril. So low scoring first set, 24-23. Mino 2 set points to 0 down.
She's proved what she's capable of, though.
She knows she can put 10s on the scoreboard. And now's the time to do it.
There we go.
Timberall. She's got momentum going. She has been very impressive. But likewise, Mino.
She's back on form now.
Nine.
Well, it's a 19, so here's a chance for Mino to get back on level terms, and she'll enjoy a perfect score, as we all will. She can nail this 10. There it is.
Wow.
There it is for Elisabetta Mino. 30 from 30.
10, perfect score.
Well, Timberall 28. Normally that would be good enough to take the 2 set points, but not when there's perfection on the other target.
That's the quality we were expecting.
First to 6 set points wins the bronze medal. Best of 5 set encounter. Mino coming off a brilliant 30 to start set 3.
9.
Good 9.
Set. 7.
So Ingi Timberall opens with a 7. That was the same score that she opened the first set with, but she went on to win that set.
Yeah.
Difference being, though, Mino started with a gold score in this one and has followed it up with another.
Yeah. She means business now.
She sure does. Well, 7 still could win a set, but she needs this to be a 10. She needs to bounce back strong here.
8.
And it hasn't happened. Mino now for a 4 set point to 2 lead. Needs an 8 or higher. Longer hold for the Italian. Slightly there, but she just made that final adjustment. Solid archery again from Mino.
Yeah.
And that gets the job done. After her coach for a chat again, as Timberall finishes with a 9.
Mino's last 6 arrows have just been grouping up fantastic. She just knows she needs all golds. She's got to start strong.
4 set points to 2. The Mongolian still got a chance. But she needs a tie or a win in this 4th set to prolong the match.
8.
And she would love that to have been 6 inches higher.
Definitely.
Yes! What a beauty from Mino.
Pressure on now.
8.
Oh, fantastic. Wow.
Oh, this is some finish from Mino.
Gotta be a 10. Gotta be a 10.
Yeah, got to be. Have any chance now. And it's well off that. So it's just a 3 or higher for Elisabetta Mino for bronze here in Paris.
Finish it with a perfect.
Oh, it's great arrow anyway for Elisabetta Mino.
First bit of emotion there.
Wow, Elisabetta Mino came back strong after the disappointing loss in that semi-final, and now we get the emotion from the Italian. 4th Paralympic Games medal for Elisabetta Mino. And Elisabetta Mino's got bronze for Italy in the women's individual recurve.
Target number 2 representing
And here is
People's
Wu
Republic of
Chunyan.
China, Wu Chunyan.
And she has 4 Paralympic Games medals in the bank.
Always come from behind.
Yes, indeed. So lots of resilience
Definitely.
by the archer on target number 2. So really anything that could happen in this final in the women's individual recurve in the para archery. It's going to be Wu Chunyan to start first on target 2.
Neuf. 9.
Now,
Strong start.
yes, these two have met once before in their careers. It happened in the semi-finals.
Oh, fantastic.
Of the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou in October last year. And the winner in that match was Wu Chunyan, 6-4. So that match not in the too distant past.
She really rips that technique, you know. So crisp.
Well, she's got a 2-point advantage heading into this last arrow. Wu might pay for that 8 with her second arrow, Wu Chunyan. Bounces back with the 10 with her last arrow. Lovely comeback from her there. Yep. So, it's a 9 or higher for Wu Yang to take the first set. Oh, it's dropped into the 7. Goodness me. Provisionally an 8 there. Hundreds of Korean fans in the stands, but they are fantastically respectful to both archers, and they will just keep quiet through the whole match.
And that is it. You've got to be respectful of one another.
So it's 1 each after the first set. Wu Chunyan going first again.
9. Neuf. 9. Dix. 10.
Could be a 5-setter here.
Feels like it.
Yeah.
Well, if we get a 5-setter, there'll be lots of drama in it.
Yeah.
Second 10 of the match there from Wu Chunyan, by the way.
9.
Well, chance now for set win for Wu Chunyan. 10 is what she needs. Oh, she's got it too. Wow. Right on the line. What a beauty from Wu Chunyan. That's big.
So this arrow's irrelevant.
That's right. Big arrow there for Wu Chunyan. You know, so critical, even though it's a good arrow there from Wu Yang. It is so important to take those opportunities in set formats. Those last arrows where you step up and win, and you've got to take it. Well done to Wu Chunyan there. She leads 3-1. So Wu Yang to go first in this third set. Best of 5 set encounter. Gold medal match here in Paris.
9.
9.
Fourth 10 for Wu Chunyan.
This is a great advertisement for women's recurve archery.
Yeah, they're going really well, both archers.
10.
Well held into the 10 there from Wu Yang. Some super high quality archery going on now. Remember, the archers are shooting from 70 metres. This is it's exactly the same rules, conditions as able-bodied archery. Here's a chance for the third set here for Wu Yang. Oh, has it missed that 9 line?
Yeah.
Well, that opens the door here for Wu Chunyan. Last set, she nailed the 10 to win the set.
Yep.
Can she do the same again? You betcha!
Yes.
Magnifique progression pour Wu Chunyan avec ce 10.
Fantastic arrow again from Wu Chunyan.
Ce 10 pour se propulser à la lisière.
How big were those two arrows to end the second and third set? They might have just won her the gold medal.
Yeah, definitely.
C'est quasiment fait. Il reste plus sous les encouragements du public de Paris, s'il vous plaît.
Well, it's Wu Chunyan with those two brilliant arrows to end the third and fifth, the second and third sets rather. Both of them 10s. In fact, she's ended all 3 sets with 10s, Wu Chunyan.
Yeah.
Leading this match 5-1. She's on match point. What that means is Wu needs to win this and the next set to take to a shoot-off, and that is going to be difficult thanks to that 7.
Yeah. 10 now. Compounds.
Yep, all the pressure.
8.
It's okay, though. She's still 1 point up.
Absolutely, and she won the last set with an 8 as well in there. But this is a big arrow here for Wu Yang.
9.
Solid. But again, it just opens the door ever so slightly. Wu Chunyan with a gold score here. It's going to make it very tough for Wu Yang.
Oh, 10. That's it. That should be it.
It should be it. One more good arrow from Wu Chunyan. She might only need an 8 for victory.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at Wu Yang here. Needs the maximum. Oh, hard luck for her. Just not to be in this set. Yep, opportunity slipped through her fingers there.
And so she knows it.
Here's the win for Wu Chunyan. It's a 7 or higher. In fact, she can even have a 6, but why not have a 10?
Yeah. Olympic champions or Paralympic champion finishes with a 10.
Yeah, brilliant arrow there from Wu Chunyan. And there is a gold medal in individual women's recurve archery for Wu Chunyan. Her second Paralympic Games gold medal after a mixed team's success back in Rio in 2016.
Félicitations également à son adversaire Wu Yang pour la République populaire de Chine qui...
In overcast conditions at the Stade de France, the track action got underway with the men's 1500 metres T11 final. The race featured defending champion and world record holder Yeltsin Jacques of Brazil. Jacques had already won a bronze medal in Paris in the 5,000 metres, a race won by Julio Cesar Agrippino dos Santos, who's also a contender over the shorter distance. Brazilian teammates were the early leaders, with Jacques well placed throughout. And with just over 400 metres remaining, he seemed to have broken the resistance of his rivals. Approaching the line, Jacques had a 50-metre lead. But there was no relaxing. He wanted to break the world record. An outstanding run from Yeltsin Jacques, who'd won by more than 7 seconds, from Yitayal Silas Yigsor of Ethiopia and Agripinos dos Santos. So gold and bronze for Brazil, and a new world record of 3 minutes 55.82 seconds for Yeltsin Jacques. That race was followed immediately by the T13 final over the same distance, where Yassine Oudadi El Atabi was hoping for his second gold of the Paralympic Games. He'd won the 5,000 metres, but faced a very strong field. Jared Clifford of Australia was hoping for a change of fortune after he'd been disqualified from the 5,000 metres for dropping the tether to his guide before the finish line. He took an early lead in the race, which he ran without assistance. But it quickly became clear that several runners would be in medal contention. The bell signalled a frantic last lap, but first over the line was neutral Paralympic athlete Alexander Kostin. The winning time, 3 minutes 44.43 seconds. Rouai Jababli of Tunisia finished second, and another neutral Paralympic athlete, Anton Kouliatin, finished just ahead of Clifford to take the bronze. And because the first 4 across the line were T12 category athletes, 5th placed Oudadi El Atabi's time of 3 minutes 46.20 was enough to earn him a new T13 world record. In the men's 200 metres T51, there was a fantastic start from Cody Forney of Canada in lane 4. He quickly built a significant lead over Tony Pispanen of Finland and Peter Genin of Belgium. There was no catching him. Forney crossed the line in 37.64 seconds to take the Paralympic title, with defending champion Pispanen taking silver and Genin the bronze. A first Paralympic title for Cody Forney of Canada. A single lap of the track next in the men's 400 metres T36. The outstanding contender was James Turner of Australia, the defending champion and world record holder. Among those out to stop him repeating his victory from Tokyo 2020, William Stegman of New Zealand and Alexis Sebastian Chavez of Argentina. But they wouldn't catch Turner. He crossed the line in a new world record time of 51.54 seconds to take Paralympic gold again. Silver went to Stegman, bronze to Chavez. But the dominant figure in the men's 400 metres T36 category remains James Turner of Australia. In the women's 400 metres T12 final, one of the legends of the Paralympic Games was in action. Amara Durand Elias of Cuba came to Paris 2024, hoping to add to her incredible haul of 8 gold medals. And there was never much doubt she'd be successful. Durand Elias dominated the race to take victory in a time of 53.59 seconds. Second place went to Hajar Safazadeh Gadirajani, with Oksana Botochuk of Ukraine finishing third. The unstoppable Amara Durand Elias had won again though. Her 9th Paralympic title had come in the women's 400 metres T12 at Paris 2024.
Em Tóquio, também tive a honra de
In
ganhar
Tokyo,
em Tóquio
I also had the honour of winning the 100th gold medal in the history of Brazilian Paralympic sports in the Paralympic Games. And now in this 1500 metre race with the world record, and now repeating the feat here in Paris. New world record, gold medal. Very happy, and it's the result of the people who helped me.
Muito feliz, é fruto das pessoas que me ajudam.
It was fantastic. It was redemption. It was everything to me. This is why I do what I do. For once, I didn't think I'd break the world record, but I was confident with my training that I'd be able to at least be in the mix for the gold, and we got it done.
royalty was in attendance for the semi-finals of the para-table tennis at the South Paris Arena. The Class 5 category of the men's singles...
Du simple homme 5, représentant la Turquie.
Representing Norway, Tommy Uro!
Norway, Haakon Magnus was watching on from the stands. Haag, wearing blue, was vastly experienced. This was his 7th games. Both players knew a bronze medal was guaranteed. This match would determine who would go on to play for gold. Haag took the first game 11-8. Focused in the second, he took another comfortable win. The Norwegian had last reached a final in London 2012 when he took gold. Could Paris be the stage for his second? An 11-6 win put him through in 3 straight games, a seal of royal approval. Semi-finals saw Mitar Palikicha of Serbia wearing blue play Cheng Ming Chi of Chinese Taipei. Another win in 3 straight games saw Cheng triumph. He would play Haag for gold. Teammate Tian Xiaowen didn't fare so well in the semi-finals of the women's Class 10 classification. Losing out in the 5th and final game to Natalia Petuka of Poland. In the second semi-finals, Bruna Alexandra, wearing blue, was making history. Played in the Olympics, she was the first ever Brazilian to represent her country at both Olympic and Paralympic level. She took on the reigning champion and World No. 1, Yang Jian of Australia, with a place in the final at stake. Mystery start winning the first game. Yang came back strongly to take the second 11-3. In the 5th and final game, Yang of Australia dominated, blocking up points without reply. Alexandra looked rapid. The Australian continued to pile on the pressure. Reaching match point at 10-3, she took the final game comfortably. She would go on to defend her title and play for gold. Disappointment for the Brazilian, and it comes so close.
Wheelchair fencing is a fierce and fast-moving combat sport in close quarters. At the Paralympics, there are 3 disciplines based on the type of weapon used: foil, épée and sabre. The aim is to hit an opponent with the weapon in the permitted target areas: the torso in foil discipline, and anything above the waist in épée and sabre. Wheelchairs are fixed to the floor, and athletes cannot rise from their seats during a bout. The athlete with the shorter arm reach decides the distance between fencers. Wheelchair fencers can have various physical impairments and compete in either Category A or Category B. Category A fencers have good sitting balance and impairments which affect their lower limbs. Category B fencers have an impairment that impacts sitting balance or fencing arm. En garde! Bouts are so fast that an electronic scoring system registers when a hit has successfully landed. Individual bouts are up to 15 hits, or the highest score wins when the time runs out. In team matches, the first team to score 45 hits, or the team that has the highest score when time runs out, wins. If scores are equal, fencers enter an extra minute of sudden death. A split second can determine the match's outcome.
First
Le Grand Palais provided a magnificent setting for day one of the wheelchair fencing competition at Paris 2024. It's a fierce and fast-moving sport for fencers of all ages. 68-year-old Ruth Sylvie Morel of Canada was competing in Category A of the women's sabre discipline. The aim is to strike your opponent in the permitted target areas, which is anywhere above the waist in the sabre event. An electronic scoring system is used to register hits, and Morel was outclassed in her bout with Natalia Morkvich of Ukraine. 15 points required for victory, and the 12th seed won comfortably, 15-1. Category A fencers have good balance and impairments which affect their lower limbs. Those in Category B have an impairment that impacts sitting balance or fencing arm. Wheelchairs are fixed to the floor, and the fencer with the shorter reach decides the distance between them. The men's Category B match between Zhang Ji of the People's Republic of China and Ukraine's Dmytro Serachenko captured the passion of the sport. Serachenko was penalised for striking early. That cost him a point, and Zhang built a commanding lead. He eventually won the match 15-4 to move into the Category B quarter-finals. Also moving through to the last 8 of the women's Category B event was Elena Fedota Isayeva, the silver medalist at Tokyo 2020. She proved too strong for her fellow Ukrainian, Nadia Dolo, winning 15-1. The men's Category A match between Italy's Matteo De Rossi and Keino Shintaro of Japan was a much closer affair. De Rossi fought back from 10-3 down at one stage to eventually win 15-14. And he was understandably delighted. The wheelchair fencing competition continues with épée, foil and team events in the days ahead.
Boccia at the South Paris Arena, and a mixed pairs BC4 pool match between Canada and the People's Republic of China. The Canadian pairing of Alison Levine and Yulian Sibanu have been playing together for a while. They came third in the World Championships back in 2022. The Chinese team consisted of Zhang Yuan-sun and Lin Si-mei, who won gold in the women's BC4 competition. And it was Zhang, throwing red, who got China off to a great start with this shot. In pairs, each player throws 3 of the team's 6 balls, and Lin's follow-up shot added to the tally. China with a 4-shot lead after one end. The area around the white jack ball is known as the head, and it was a crowded one in the second. Sibanu played an excellent shot, his ball climbing onto the jack. Zhang's follow-up dislodged the blue ball, and Levine had a final shot for Canada, but was unable to score. One more point to China, but Canada fought back in the third. This shot from Sibanu earning them 3 points. And in the fourth, it was a complete turnaround, as first Sibanu opened up the head before Levine dropped another blue into a scoring position. And then Sibanu slipped his last in to score 5 on the end. Canada storming to victory in the last. It finished Canada 8, China 5. To the BC3 competition and a Pool A match between France and Australia. The Australian pairing of Jamison Leeson and Daniel Michel both won silver medals in their respective individual competitions. They were up against Jules Menard and Sonia Heckel, who's a former European champion. The BC3 class used ramps and personalised launch devices to propel their balls. Assistants help with the direction of the ramp, but are unable to look at the court during the game. The first end was tight, Heckel, with the time ticking close to 0, taking a single point for France with her final shot. But the second went all Australia's way, this last effort from Michel scoring 4. Another close affair in the third, France pulling 1 point back with this shot from Heckel. But Australia sealed the victory in the last, Heckel unable to clear their single scoring ball. It finished France 2, Australia 5. another BC4 pool match in which Brazil faced Egypt. The Brazilian pair featured 18-year-old Laissa Poliana Teixeira, who was a youth world champion, and 21-year-old Andre Costa. They were up against Hannah Elfar and Mahmoud Alam. This was a low-scoring match during which Egypt incurred a penalty. Referee John Moreno stopping Alam's ball in the second end after noticing something on the floor. A small part of Elfar's wheelchair had become dislodged and fallen outside of her box. By the strict letter of the law, it counted as Elfar straying outside of her throwing area, and Egypt were forced to play the rest of the match with one ball fewer. It was 2-2 after 4 ends, so the match went to a tie-break, with the jack respotted on the cross. Alam threw this shot to put Egypt into a potentially winning position. Costa tried, but was unable to push any of his balls closer to the white. Victory to Egypt over Brazil, but it took a tie-break.
In the women's goalball, the People's Republic of China have been one of the teams to watch. 3 wins from 3, finishing top of Pool C and easing into the knockout stages. It's not been quite as good for the hosts France. No wins on their Paralympic debut and just 1 goal scored. Important then to start well. It didn't quite go to plan. China taking the lead after just 15 seconds. Zhao Henhua with the throw. And she had her second shortly after. Less than 3 minutes gone, China in control. France, though, began to find their way and frustrate their opponents. It took until the final stages of the first half for China and Zhao to get their third. So the French down, but far from out. This goal from Loïs Rondepierre giving hope of an unlikely comeback. It wasn't to be. 2 goals for Zhang Jiling put China on the verge of the semi-finals. Despite the scoreline, the French continued to enjoy their experience. Adelia Ajami's penalty bringing the South Palace Arena to life. It was, though, only delaying the inevitable. Zhang got another, 3 in the match for her, before Zhao scored 2 more of her own, taking her overall total to 9 goals in Paris, but she wasn't finished there. This effort took the score to 10-2, and with just under 4 minutes remaining, China sensed an early finish. They achieved it with 2 minutes remaining. Fittingly, it was Zhao who got the final goal to make it 12-2, and in goal ball, a lead of 10 ends the match. Disappointment for France, but still plenty to be proud of. It's the semi-finals for China, though, and after winning the silver medal on 3 separate occasions, could this be the year that they finally win gold?
I didn't participate in the previous competitions, but I think our chances in all aspects look quite promising this time. So we came to participate in this competition with the mentality of striving for the gold medal.
Quand on entend que le stade fait 12 000 places et que tous les billets ont été pris. Ouais, et c'est là où on voit qu'en fait compte ça a eu une ampleur générale. Je pense quand même c'est un sport qui évolue, les règles évoluent d'année en année aussi pour essayer de se coller vraiment à la déficience visuelle. On a diminué le temps parce que les joueurs, c'est pas parce qu'ils n'étaient pas prêts physiquement, c'est qu'en fait compte, il y a une fatigue mentale qui en fait compte, on ne peut pas se concentrer 25 minutes. On ne peut pas tenir 30 minutes concentré à écouter 15 sons. On peut être concentré 15 minutes et pouvoir entendre tout partout. Je pense que c'est une règle qui est bien. L'équipe de France est en forme, se prépare bien. Plus on est chez nous. Voilà, après, voilà. C'est pas partie de ceux qui vont aller chercher les titres. Mais je pense qu'on sera pas loin. Ah, le Brésil, c'est voilà, je pense que c'est une strate au-dessus. Hein. Au Brésil, je pense qu'ils sont comme des professionnels. Tu t'entraînes peut-être 5 ou 6 fois par semaine. Bah, ton niveau, il augmente. Aussi d'avoir un public et aussi plein dans ce pays, en Amérique du Sud, en Afrique ou en Asie. En fin de compte, ils ont beaucoup plus de sportifs. Et en fait, on a du mal à créer notre sélection chaque fois. Voilà, les soins, je pense, malheureusement, et heureusement aussi. Je pense dans un futur, l'Europe, petit à petit, le CC-foot va disparaître. Donc voilà, parce qu'il y aura des soins. Pour l'équipe de France de CC-foot, ça a été le moment le plus beau. Et en tout cas, pour moi, ça a été de mettre les 2 buts contre l'Espagne. Parce que ça nous permet de nous qualifier pour cette finale. C'était une joie, un accomplissement. Voilà, le CC-foot, j'en fais depuis les années 2000, donc ça fait un moment, là, ça fait 24 ans de CC-foot. Donc voilà, j'ai envie aussi de terminer sur une belle aventure. Mais médaille, ça serait génial. Hein. Mais voilà, en tout cas, d'être devant son public, déjà je suis chaud, je suis heureux.
Colombia took on Morocco in the final match in Group B of the blind football, with the winner guaranteed a place in the semi-finals. Morocco in green took bronze at Tokyo 2020 and were close to opening the scoring early. Zouhe sneaks the shot, just flashed past the post. Colombia are making their debut at Paris 2024 and acquitted themselves well. Jean Gonzalez showed his skills here, but the keeper was equal to it. The Moroccans pushed for an opening. Great touch by captain Abdurrazak Khattab, but the shot was wide. They were struggling to contain Gonzalez. Another individual run. This time, he just couldn't keep the shot on target. Snisler scored 8 goals at Tokyo 2020, but couldn't find the net here. He shot just wide. Gonzalez was at the centre of everything. Surrounded by 3 defenders, he somehow found Juan Perez. Superb shot that found the top corner. And Colombia were heading to the semi-finals. There was still time for Morocco to get something out of the game. But Sneesler's shot was smothered by the keeper. Full time, and the debutants qualified for the semi-finals. Final score at the Eiffel Tower Stadium: Colombia 1, Morocco 0.
Qué sensación me dice usted, una felicidad enorme, porque la verdad es mi primer Paralímpico. Estar entre los 4 mejores del mundo es lo mejor para nosotros. Le damos las gracias pues, a la gente de Colombia, el apoyo que nos ha brindado.
Argentina and Japan were up against each other in their final Group B match of the blind football competition. Only a win mattered for Argentina, and they hadn't scored in their first 2 games. In blind football, there's a bell inside the ball, and outfield players rely solely on sound to play the game. Argentina had a good chance early on with this strike from their star player Maximiliano Espinillo, but it hit the crossbar. Then on the break, Hirabayashi Taichi of Japan forced a great save from Herman Mulick. Finally, with 10 minutes played, the Japanese defence was breached. Osvaldo Fernandez smashed it past keeper Sato Daisuke. Brilliant footwork from Fernandez for Argentina's first goal of the tournament. Delight all round, but there was still a long way to go. Argentina came close to a second, Espinillo with the strike, another superb save from Sato Daisuke. Argentina had the lead at half-time. Then there was this breakaway from Japan midfielder Kawamura Ryo. It was their best chance of the game so far. Argentina knew they needed a more comfortable lead as the minutes counted down. Play went from end to end. And Argentina's hearts were in their mouths as Takehishi Hiroto found himself in the perfect position, but he couldn't convert. 15 seconds to go and a direct free kick for Argentina. A powerful shot from Espinillo, but an equally brilliant save from Sato. But one goal was enough, and Argentina made it to the semi-finals, but only just. Argentina 1, Japan 0.
Spain met Germany in the quarter-final of men's wheelchair basketball. The Spaniards hoping to repeat their victory over Germany at the same stage at the last Paralympic Games. Plenty of players from that match were on show again. Another closely fought game expected between these big rivals. Tense, certainly. Pablo Zarzuela broke clear for Spain. His twin brother Alejandro is a teammate, and their father was a Paralympic archer. Germany were working hard, Alex Haluski giving them the lead. Haluski was unlucky on this occasion, though teammate Thomas Boehmer was on hand to make amends from the rebound. When Spain's captain Asia Garcia took this chance, the scores were level. An enthralling game took another twist when Germany regained the lead. Boehmer, their main threat. This, his side's first three-point score of the game. The signs were promising for Germany, leading by a useful 7-point margin at the interval. Spain could not get going. But then they did find some momentum. Germany, though, were holding their nerve in this classic encounter. Haluski the hero once more. Ortega replied for Spain. When Boehmer took this simple chance, the Germans led by 12 points. A wonderful effort by them. Spain was staring at defeat. Germany dominant, Spain dejected. 32 years after their only Paralympic medal, Germany were through to the semi-finals at Paris 2024 after an exciting 57-49 victory over Spain.
Great, unbelievable. We never played a Paralympic semi-final, so it's just, yeah, it feels awesome. We just have to bring the same energy, same hard defense. Of course, GB has, or Australia, whoever comes, they have different players. So if we know who we're gonna face, we will talk about it.
मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, कल एक बहुत बड़ा भारत के लिए ऐतिहासिक दिन रहा। हमने कल टोटल मिलाकर के 3 गोल्ड, 5 सिल्वर मेडल और 7 ब्रॉन्ज मेडल के साथ 15 मेडल जीत लिए हैं। इनमें विशेष तौर पे शीतल देवी, सिर्फ 17 साल उम्र। शीतल देवी के दोनों हाथ नहीं हैं, फिर भी उन्होंने आर्चरी के अंदर, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूँ, आपका जो लगातार प्यार मिल रहा है, आप लोगों से जो हमें हौसला मिल रहा है, ऐसे ही हमारा आप हौसला बनाए रखें। हमारे खिलाड़ी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पेरिस में मेडल जीतेंगे। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमें जो हौसला दिया है, आने से पहले जो खिलाड़ियों से बात की है और मेडल जीतने के बाद में जो बात की है, ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी एक अपने आप में बड़ी बात है। क्योंकि जब देश का प्रधानमंत्री आपसे बात करता है तो सभी खिलाड़ियों में बहुत ही उत्साह आता है। कल सुमित अंतिल ने गोल्ड मेडल ही नहीं, पैरालंपिक का उन्होंने रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक किया है। और इससे भी बड़ी बात, टोक्यो पैरालंपिक में भी उनका गोल्ड था और उन्होंने बैक टू बैक फिर से गोल्ड मेडल जीता है। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। लगातार मेडल जीतना, कितने उनकी परफॉर्मेंस अप रही है और इसके साथ साथ उनमें कितना डिसिप्लिन रहा होगा, कितनी उन्होंने साधना की होगी, कितना त्याग और तपस्या की होगी। जिन्होंने 15 साल की उम्र में एक पैर गंवा दिया अपना एक्सीडेंट में, उसके बाद उन्होंने अभ्यास किया, आज इस मुकाम पर पहुँचे हैं। आज पेरिस में मैं यहाँ से बता रहा चाहता हूँ आपको, आज भी हमारे खिलाड़ी, मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है जो कल परफॉर्मेंस दी है वैसी ही आज देंगे। और आप ज़रूर ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हमारा हौसला बढ़ाएं और इन खिलाड़ियों को भी हौसला दें। एक ऐसा खेल जिसमें कि पैर नहीं फिर भी जेवलिन थ्रो करते हैं, वो देख नहीं सकते पर वो दौड़ लगाते हैं। उनका हौसले को दाद देनी पड़ेगी।
See, first of all, when the athletes are there, they obviously have an impairment. That's what they are. That's why they are here for the Paralympics. And apart from that, it's not that when something happens, they report to me. I have to ask them. उनका हालचाल पूछना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है. For example, wheelchair bound athletes होते हैं, उनके प्रेशर सोर होते हैं, बेड सोर होते हैं, जो कभी-कभी ड्रेसिंग करने की बहुत ज़रूरत होती है. Sometimes not just daily, but हर 6 घंटे 8 घंटे में कुछ ड्रेसिंग करना होता है. तो उसके लिए हमारे हर एक इवेंट के साथ हर 10 या 8 या 10 खिलाड़ी के साथ एक फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट होता है और वो सब आके मुझे कभी ना कभी दिन में एक बार रिपोर्टिंग देते हैं एज अ मेडिकल डॉक्टर. दवाई देना सिर्फ मेरा काम नहीं है, बट उनके लिए सिर्फ एक आई नीड टू हियर देम आउट, क्योंकि उनको पता होना चाहिए कि हाँ कोई है यहाँ पे जो हमारा ख्याल रख सके. एंड दैट इज़ व्हाट रिक्वायर्ड इन बिग इवेंट्स लाइक दिस, कि बाबा कोई हमको देखभाल करने वाले हैं. और जो भी उनको दिक्कतें आती है, चाहे वो मेडिकली हो, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिवली हो, पॉइंट ए टू पॉइंट बी जाना हो, बिकॉज वन थिंग यू शुड रियलाइज इन पैरास्पोर्ट, इट्स लाइक एवरीथिंग इज़ एन एफर्ट फॉर देम. सिर्फ अगर खाना खाने जाना है या कुछ समथिंग लाइक तौलिया लेने जाना है, वो भी उनकी जो स्ट्रगल है वो दिन के शुरुआत आँख उनसे खुलते ही शुरू होती है. सो एनी इंसिडेंट कैन हैपन एनीवेयर. फॉर एग्जांपल, एक एथलीट अभी जस्ट 2 सीढ़ी से जस्ट गिर गया, एक एम्प्यूटी था, तो उसके लिए भी वी गॉट टू बी प्रिपेयर्ड. सो इट्स नॉट जस्ट स्पोर्ट्स इंजरीज एज सच, बट उनके डे टू डे में भी चैलेंजेस काफ़ी होते हैं. और उसके लिए मुझे ऑन कॉल पर रहना, इट इज़ नॉट जस्ट ड्यूरिंग द डे और समथिंग, इट इज़ 24/7. सो उसके लिए जितना मदद हम कर सकते हैं वो हम करते हैं. वी आर अवेलेबल फॉर देम. हम लोग ऑलमोस्ट 14-15 medical personnel है, myself as a doctor, about another 10 odd physiotherapists, 2 psychologists, 1 nutritionist. तो बड़ा solid support staff है and more importantly ये बड़ी honor वाली बात है, privileged वाली बात है कि हम इनको support दे सकते हैं. We don't only focus on the difficulties. एक बात है कि ये para athletes है और इनका जो mind strength है वो हमसे और आपसे कई ज़्यादा होता है. तो more than that we have a lot to learn from them and हम जैसे कि support staff है कि जो भी उनको नीड होती है, द चैलेंजेस डेफिनेटली होते हैं, बट उनके लाइफ में उन्होंने इतना सारा चैलेंजेस देखा है कि हम सिर्फ अगेन वी हैव टू जस्ट बी देयर एज अ सपोर्ट टीम एंड उनका मनोबल बनाए रखना हमारा काम होता है एंड इट्स अ वेरी रेसिप्रोकेटिव प्रोसेस. सो वी आर अवेलेबल अगेन 24/7 एनीथिंग एनी टाइम फॉर देम, बी इट एट द वेन्यू, विलेज में हो, रूम में हो, होटल में रह रहे हो, कहीं भी होता है. बट जस्ट दैट वी हैव टू हैव द नॉलेज अबाउट द एथलीट, वो कंडीशन क्या है एथलीट का, वो किस कैटेगरी में compete कर रहे हैं, उसके बारे में थोड़ा बहुत जानकारी बहुत ज़रूरी है पहले. एंड उसके रिलेटेड या उसका अनरिलेटेड जो भी इंसिडेंट होता है उस हिसाब से हम लोग मैनेज करते हैं. और पॉलीक्लिनिक भी बहुत बढ़िया है यहाँ पे पेरिस में एंड सारे फैसिलिटीज़ है, बी इट फ्रॉम इमेजिंग टू माइक्रो ट्रॉमा सेंटर, ऑफ्थैल्म, ENT, डेंटिस्ट्री, साइकेट्री. इट इज़ जस्ट ब्यूटिफुल एंड बहुत ही वर्ल्ड क्लास है यहाँ पे फैसिलिटीज़.
Sitting volleyball features constant motion and bursts of explosiveness. 2 teams of 6 players try to score points by grounding the ball on the opponent's side of the court. The net is lower and the court is smaller than the Olympic counterpart. Matches are played in a best-of-5 set format. A set is won by the team that first scores 25 points, or 15 in the deciding 5th set, with a minimum lead of 2 points. Players move by sliding around the court and pushing with their hands and feet. To stand during play is forbidden. A part of the body between the buttocks and shoulder must touch the floor when making contact with the ball. Play begins with a service over the net. In sitting volleyball, blocking the service is permitted. Each team is allowed up to 3 touches to send the ball over the net. A team can have a defensive specialist in the back row. After the team receives the serve, the players set up the attacking moves. Players fall into VS1 or VS2 sport classes, depending on the degree of activity limitation on their ability to play sitting volleyball. A team can have up to 2 VS2 athletes on its roster, but only 1 can be on the court during play.
At the North Paris Arena, the Islamic Republic of Iran and Germany were battling for Pool A supremacy. Both sides had already booked their semi-final places with 2 wins from 2. Iran, the record 7-time Paralympic champions, have the world's 2nd tallest man, Morteza Mehrzad. But sometimes size can be a problem. Germany gifted a point. But the world champions were soon in the groove. They showcased their perfect mix of finesse, as shown by Issa Zirahi, and also their brutal power, as Sadegh Bigdeli helped them take the first set. Mehrzad was soon using his size in the right way. Meanwhile, Maysam Alipour, one of the best servers in the business, caused havoc with an ace travelling at over 70 kilometres per hour. Late on, Francis Tonlu produced a massive hit for Germany. But it was too little, too late, as Iran took the second set. In the third encounter, Iran showcased their skills. A beautiful back set from captain Davoud Ali Purian, allowing Mahdi Babadi to do what he does best. Moments later, Iran had wrapped up their hardest looking match in straight sets, and within an hour. They will meet Egypt in the semi-finals. Germany will face Bosnia and Herzegovina.
In the day's second game, the United States of America faced Italy in a women's tie that will decide who will join the People's Republic of China in meeting the semi-finals from Pool A. Both sides had won one and lost one, with the greater pressure on the American gold medalists in both 2020 and 2016. Italy are at only their second Paralympics, but they took the game to their illustrious opponents, only to go down 25-21. The Italians are not European champions though for nothing, and went 3 points clear towards the end of the second set, suggesting a comeback was on. But such hopes were dashed as the United States, 4 times Paralympic finalists, clawed their way back before clinching the set to go 2 clear.
Down it goes from the Evans!
After 2 tight encounters, the third set proved far more routine. Heather Eriksson securing a 3-0 scoreline that did not reflect Italy's spirited early efforts. The defending champions are through to the last one.
تیم ایران 12 تا همه با هم یک دستن و همیشه تلاششون برای این بوده که تیم نتیجه بگیره و کار تیمی و اولویت خودشون قرار دادن. ما فکر نمی کنیم که بازی آیندمون با کیه. ما همیشه تصمیممون برای این بوده که تیم قهرمان باید تمام بازی‌هاش رو تا فینال و فینال رو باید ببره که بخواد قهرمان بشه.
Blacksmith, 16 years of age, still at school with 2 years to go, originally from Northern Territory, the first Wild-Period athlete to compete at the Paralympic Games, the hero of the former 400-metre champion Kathy Freeman. Angulo of Ecuador, bronze medalist in the recent World Para-Athletics Championships, will go in lane 3. Antonio Keila de Silva Barros, who was 5th in Kobe 2024 World Championships.
Double champion paralympique pour les États-Unis d'Amérique.
The reigning champion representing the United States of America.
Two-time Paralympic champion, reigning champion, Brianna Clark of the United States of America in lane 5.
Silver medalist from Ukraine.
Yulia Shulia of the Ukraine. Silver medalist in Tokyo, silver medalist twice at World Championships as well. She'll be looking to chase down Clark on this occasion, and the rest.
World champion representing India.
The reigning world champion, Deepthi Jivani of India. Also the Asian champion as well.
World and Paralympic record holder from Turkey.
Turkey is 19-year-old world and Paralympic record holder from the heats, Aysel Onda. World record holder Aysel Onda of Turkey in lane 8. The world champion of India, Deepthi Jivanji in lane 7. Yulia Shulia of Ukraine in lane 6. Reigning champion Brianna Clark in lane 5. The Silva Barros of Brazil will go from lane 4. Angulo of Ecuador in lane 3. And imagine being 16 years of age and being at the Paralympic Games. Blacksmith of Australia goes in lane 2.
Set.
And away the first time of asking in the women's 400 metres T20 final. Brianna Clark, as you expect, gets out very strong, but 3 lanes in from the outside. It's Deepthi Javani, the Indian world champion, who's looking great. But Brianna Clark, after the first 150 metres, is coming up on the inside of Yulia Shulia of Ukraine. Javani just trying to hold her form as she goes around the 200-metre mark, but it's Brianna Clark at the moment who's going to come around that last 100 metres with what looks like the lead. It's Clark out in front of Shulia and Javani in 3rd place, the reigning world champion of India. She's starting to tighten up somewhat, Brianna Clark, and here comes Yulia Shulia with Javani down the outside. Shulia of Ukraine takes the lead. Javani moving into 2nd position, but flying down the outside is Isa Onda, the world record holder, but it's Shulia who gets it on the line. Just ahead of Isa Onda, who made a late surge for 55.16 seconds is the mark. A late surge from her, but Shulia is the champion. Onda with the silver, and in 3rd place, and a medal for India. Deepthi Javani, the world champion, is now the Paralympic bronze medalist.
And what a fantastic race that was by the Ukrainian athlete. As we watch the race back, you can see that Deepak actually took that race out for the first 150 metres. She sat on the shoulders of Onda, and Brianna then came through and she led for the majority of the next half of the race. But Yulia really did attack that final straight, and it was down to her where she went and took that win. Onda tried to follow and chase her, falling at the line, but holding on, most importantly, to becoming now the Paralympic champion.
Well, Onda will be wishing she made that run a little bit earlier, but she has to take the silver. She does still hold that world and Paralympic record. But what a night for Javani. Preeti Pal of India in the T35 picked up 2 bronze medals already at these games, the first ever in the track for the Indians, and less the screen there. It's a 3rd bronze medal of these Paralympic Games for India. Despite that, they had none leading into the Paralympics in previous Paralympic Games, only in the field. But Yulia Shulia of Ukraine finally has got her hands on that gold medal. After silver medals in the past, she is now the Paralympic champion here at Paris 2024. She takes it in a lifetime best, 55.16. Onda of Turkey with a silver, and Deepthi Javani, a 3rd bronze for India at these games.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du 400 mètres féminin T20.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's 400 metres T20.
This is the opening event on the track in session number 10, women's 400 metres T20 intellectual impairment category. And it was won by Ukraine's Yulia Shulia.
Les médailles seront remises par
Medals will be presented by
Monsieur Marc Truffaut, président de Virtus, la Fédération sportive internationale pour les athlètes ayant une licence intellectuelle.
President of Virtus, the International Sport Federation for athletes with an intellectual impairment.
Accompagné par Monsieur Michel Crétin, adjoint au maire de Montigny-le-Bretonneux, délégué au sport.
Deputy Mayor of Montigny-le-Bretonneux in charge of sport.
Médaille de bronze représentant l'Inde.
Bronze medalist representing India, Deepthi Javani.
Well, she becomes the 2nd Indian to win a medal at the Paralympic Games. Preeti Pal with a double here at Paris 2024 already. And the lady whose nickname is Pinky, Deepthi Javani, takes the bronze in the women's 400 metres T20. She's the reigning world champion, picking up gold in Kobe back in May. Now as a bronze medal as well for India in Paris 2024.
silver medalist representing Turkey, Aysel Onda.
So this lady set a world record in qualifying for the final, which also, of course, was the Paralympic record. Aysel Onda, 19 years of age. I'm sure there may be a pang of disappointment at not picking up the gold, but at 19, she has got a very bright future in front of her indeed. 55.23 her time in the final. And how would you like that? At 19 years of age, you take a silver medal in the Stade de France. You bite someone's hand off if they offered it to you.
Médaille d'or, championne paralympique, représentant l'Ukraine.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Ukraine, Yulia Shulya.
Yulia Shulya, she may not have been the world or Paralympic champion coming into this, but she is now. Twice a silver medalist at World Para-Athletics Championships, also the silver medalist at Tokyo 2020. Behind Brianna Clark, who won in 16 and in 20 as well, who didn't medal in this one. She finished in 4th position, Brianna Clark. That lady there, though, tears of joy. It's great to see how much it means to Yulia Shulya after all this time. She is the Paralympic champion from Ukraine. Yulia Shulya, gold medal in the women's 400 metres T20. A lifetime best, taking Paralympic gold in the women's 400 metres T20 final. Shivangi for India with the bronze. The world champion now, a bronze medalist in the Paralympic Games. And Aysel Onda, the world and Paralympic record holder, silver for her. But Yulia Shulya is the Paralympic champion. At 198. There is only one athlete who potentially could beat him, but it would be a stretch. Kumar has had 2 fouls at 194. He would only get one further attempt if he was to go any further than what Fretch has jumped. Ezra Fretch to break the world record. Well, he got the height, he just didn't get the distance over and the speed, and that was the issue with his last 2. So he finishes with a mark of 194. It is a Paralympic record.
He finishes in the gold medal position with a best height, best clearance of 194.
And he does take the gold. Men's high jump, T63 final. Bengabaloo. No difficulties at all at 185. He'd eventually take the bronze. Chirag Kumar at 32 years of age. Silver medalist in Kobe earlier this year. Asian champion. So a Paralympic record already. Breaking the mark of Sam Grew from Tokyo 2020. That was 188. He's at 191. He's the world record holder, Ezra Fretch as well. That's 197, set in Miramar in July of this year. So he heads again at 194. He's got there! It was teetering on the brink, but Ezra Fretch has extended the Paralympic record to 194 at his first attempt. And surely the gold is secure now for the young American. 19 years of age. Ezra Fretch.
All of his heights, bar one on the first attempt, and he'll now go
Kumar, who had one attempt at 191, passed up and went straight to 194 and had 2 attempts there and failed. So it means that Ezra French, a Paralympic record. The gold medal goes to Gru. Ezra French, I should say. The Gru, the former champion, the family are overjoyed. 19 years of age. Scenes of joy. Ezra French, gold medalist, Paralympic record, Paralympic champion, men's high jump T36. Kumar takes the silver. It was a Paralympic record for him as well, by the way. He's a T42 athlete. Ezra French and Sam Grew, the only T63s. Dengavalu with the bronze medal. Paralympic record to go with his own world record he already held. The world champion, Verona Gonzalez, at 29 years of age from Cuba. The left armour, who's got all the moves, is out over the 65-metre mark. Gurjar, who took the bronze, is the world record holder. He didn't get near that, but it's a lifetime best, 66.14. So it's an Indian silver and bronze Cuba. Ajit Singh with his 5th attempt will throw 65-62. Improve on his previous mark. Gurjar left the screen there with the bronze.
2023 world champion.
The crowd at the Stade de France had a home favourite to support at the start of another busy day of track and field. Arnaud Assoumani is competing in his 6th Paralympic Games for France and was among the athletes in the men's long jump T47 class. Assoumani got the action underway with a leap of 6 metres 71 centimetres. He'd eventually improve that to 6.77 and would finish 5th. Among the other challengers, Wang Hyo of the People's Republic of China had taken silver in this event in Rio 2016, and he was determined to challenge for gold this time. That jump of 7.32 was enough to give him the lead after round 3. A few minutes later, the defending champion, Robiel Yanquiel Sol Cervantes of Cuba, stepped up for his 4th jump. It was the best leap of the competition, measured at 7 metres 41. And at the age of just 21, Sol Cervantes of Cuba is now a 2 times Paralympic champion. In the women's javelin F56 class, Diana Kremina of Latvia was the Paralympic champion at Rio 2016, and she was expected to challenge for gold again in Paris. With Latvian supporters watching, she took her first throw of the event. It was all she needed to take gold and to break the Paralympic record. 24 metres 99 centimetres for Kremina. Victory was an emotional moment for her supporters and a source of pride for Diana Kremina, Paralympic champion. Zhou Zhuan of the People's Republic of China was hoping to complete a very rare achievement as she took her place in the lineup for the women's shot put F34 category. Victory would mean she doubled up to claim gold in both the javelin and shot put events in 3 successive Paralympic Games. That throw of 9 metres 14 centimetres was enough to add another Paralympic gold medal to her impressive collection. Zhou Zhuan of the People's Republic of China, the women's shot put F34 winner. Another competitor from the People's Republic of China, Zhang Yangmin, was defending her women's discus F11 title. She'd won at Tokyo 2020 with a world record throw of 40 metres 83 centimetres. The key moment this year came in round 2. Measured at 39 metres and 8 centimetres, it gave Zhang the Paralympic title in the discus F11 category for the 3rd successive Games. The last track final of the morning session saw the attention fall upon Catherine de Brunner of Switzerland. She was among the starters in the women's 1500 metres T54 final. Victory would earn her a third gold medal at Paris 2024. She'd already beaten all her previous rivals in the 800 metres and 5,000 metres at the Stade de France. And she set about dominating this race too. She took an early lead and stayed at the front throughout. As they went into the final lap, a nasty collision between Zhu Zhaoshan of the People's Republic of China and Manuela Scher of Switzerland. Both recovered to finish the race. But at the front, it was de Brunner who was heading for gold. Second place went to Samantha Kinghorn of Great Britain, with Susanna Scaroni of the United States of America third. But Catherine de Brunner now has 3 gold medals to take back to Switzerland. And she's the new Paralympic record holder in the women's 1500 metres T54 category, thanks to a winning time of 3 minutes 13.10 seconds.
The race came completely different than I thought, but I'm really happy that how it worked out. I want to show the world how nice our sport is, what you can achieve when you work hard and dream big. And I think right now what's going on in our sport is so amazing.
Es la segunda vez que compito aquí en París y sí, transmite mucha energía y es muy agradable competir aquí en un estadio así, que te apoye todo el público, aunque no seas el anfitrión. Lo mejor es que sumando una medalla más a mi carrera deportiva que apenas inicia ahora y pues nada, seguir cosechando triunfos en lo que queda de temporada.
I worked for this from Tokyo with the new coach, and we did a team, my physio, my coach, my family, we did together, and I was working every day 2 times a day, and I am happy that this hard work pays off.
Cible numéro 1. Représentant la Mongolie. Target number 1, representing Mongolia, Selinji Dembarel. Cible numéro 2, représentant la Slovénie. Target number 2, representing Slovenia, Ziva Lavrinic. Le juge de ligne pour cette rencontre est... The line judge is Pan Yubaswana.
So, Selingi Dembarel of Mongolia, the 34-year-old, up against Ziva Lavrinch of Slovenia, the 35-year-old. Here is the win for Dembarel after the bye in the first round, a win over Shevchenko of Ukraine in the 1-8 eliminations. And likewise, Lavrinch, the bye, and then a good win over Flora Clean by 6 set points to 4. Tight match, that one. Probably not at her best. Have to step it up here against the experienced Mongolian, who's in her second Paralympic Games. But it's going to be Lavrinch to start first. It's a good effort from her to get to the quarterfinals. She's made the quarterfinals at the European Championships and the World Championships last year, and now here in Paris. Although already has an opportunity to move forward here with a 6 to start for the Slovenian.
Yeah, 2-point advantage to start.
Again, chasing the set straight away. It's a hard gap to make up when you're only shooting 3 arrows a set.
9.
It's not a bad effort.
No.
Dembarel, though, will stay 2 points clear.
Needs another 9.
It's an 8.
Yeah.
Well, it's there to be won here for Dembarel. 7 or higher.
You'd like to think these archers can hit red or better.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Well, there's better.
There's the best you can get.
That's outstanding last arrow. Clearly the best in that set was Demberel. And of course, this is crunch time with quarterfinals, so the winner is into the semis, and it's important you mentally prepare yourself for a quarterfinal once you make it.
That's a good start.
Much better. Let's grab the 9 line. Feels with Lavrinch now going 9-8-9 that she's just starting to
believe in herself.
Yeah, believe in herself and put the arrow where it needs to be put. Having said that, that was a slightly longer hold, which was slightly concerning, but there was no concern at all. Great shot that was.
Yeah.
So now she's created the scoreboard pressure, Lavrinch, and how is the Mongolian going to respond? Pretty well indeed.
Whatever you can do, I can do as well.
Well, let's give the double thumbs up to this set so far. Lavrinch might need to repeat what she's just achieved. If she does, she wins the set points. So high stakes on this arrow. Not far away, was she?
No, she's making a shoot for it.
So, Demberel needs a 10 to tie the set. Now, this is what these archers train and compete for, moments like this.
70 metres away, though.
Oh, just dropping low. Well, a good set of archery from both in that one. 27 points for Demberel, and most of these matches would win. Tim Yevznik has won too, who's just come recently, young man who's been very much at the upper echelons of compound archery. So let's get this third set underway.
We're in for a spectacle now, I think.
Yeah, these two certainly seem to have got their radar right now.
Yeah, this is great shooting.
Well, 7 arrows in. Demberel has got 5 in the goal zone, including 2 10s. Same percentage for Lavrinch in terms of gold arrows. Ooh, now that one. That's a throwback to the first set, which Lavrinch has relived. And not a pleasant experience either for her.
7. Neither of them want to win it.
No, it seems like they're just giving arm chances to each other. What about this arrow from Lavrinch?
You think she needs a 10?
Got one. What a great arrow, John.
Absolutely.
Still a chance here, though, for Demberel to win it with another 10.
Oh, holding back a little bit, waiting for the crowd to go quiet.
Oh, what a decision, what execution from Demberel.
Nerves of steel.
That was outstanding shooting from her.
But it is the Mongolian Demberel who takes the 2 points for set 3.
I'm on television.
Going to be the Slovenian to go first in this 4th set. Now needs either a tie or a win to send it to a deciding set. Good start.
Great start.
Well, the 2 sets she's lost, Lavrinch, have they've both been 6s in them.
Yeah, you need them in the red and better.
going to make itself tough for her to get something out of the set now, especially with that arrow is right in the centre.
This next arrow will decide the set.
No, it's a 7.
So she needs a 5.
That's right, just a 5 for the 2 set points to take this to a deciding set.
Yeah, that's all she needed.
Yep. It's a sigh of relief. I'm still in this contest.
Set 7.
We're not able to get going at all in that set. 6-7-7.
Nervous
total
set.
of 20. Yeah.
Nervous set.
Est-ce que c'est l'équilibre juste ou est-ce que c'est juste
26 to 20. Well, it's going to be her to go first again. So let's see if she can replicate that one more time.
There we go.
9.
Nice job from Lovrench.
She's really come strong when she needed to.
It's
not too bad.
Just a few wobbles though for Dembrell. She hasn't had a gold score for 4 arrows now.
Yeah, still in it though.
Only 1 in her last 6. Whereas Lovrench is starting to move forward. Now that's 5 in her last 6.
Mongolia needs a gold now.
Most definitely. She's missed it. Well, here's a match arrow for the Slovenian.
Gold or win it.
Exactly. Just a 9 or higher required here for Ziva Lovrench for a spot in the semi-finals.
Long hold.
Oh, it's well away. And now she's gift-wrapped the match here for Dembrell, in fact.
Yeah, red or better.
She's going to take her time again. Dembrell, 8, 9 or 10 will be enough for the semi-final. She's got a 10, what a finish! Singly Dembrell of Mongolia, after being down and out barely a minute ago, has found a way to win with that 10. Superb finish for her as she makes the top 4. Ziva Lovrench, well, that 5 with the last arrow, that is going to haunt her for a while. She just gift-wrapped an opportunity to Dembrell, who took her chance. So fair play to the Mongolian. She wins the match by 6-4.
Absolutely.
Salinji Dembrell once again soaks up the pressure. Big X on her final arrow, and she takes the set and claims her spot in the semi-finals.
The world's best para-swimmers competed for a ticket to the medal races at La Défense Arena. France's Hugo Didier swam in one of his strongest events, the men's S9 100-metre backstroke. With a solid underwater start, he was all but guaranteed a spot in the final. Australia's Tim Hodge challenged him just after the turn, but the home favourite touched just ahead. Both swimmers will fight for a medal against Simone Barlam of Italy in a blue cap in his heat. The 2 neutral Paralympic athletes, Yaho Shalkino and Bogdan Moskovoy, on either side of Barlam, pushed his easy pace. Shalkino coming home with the fastest time of the heats, 1 minute and 1.32 seconds. The Italian was through to the final in 3rd. He's expected to clock a faster swim when he vies for a medal in a competitive field. Someone who didn't hold back in the heats was Spain's Teresa Perales, the S2 swimmer competing upper class in the women's S3 100-metre freestyle against her teammate Marta Infante Fernandez. The 2023 world champion in this event got into her stroke early and had pulled away by 2 body lengths by the first 25 metres. Perales was behind in 3rd place, while Fernandez secured victory in a commanding fashion. Perales found a new S2 Paralympic record, 2 minutes and 5 seconds 53. Homegrown star Alex Portal had already stood on the Paris Paralympic podium 3 times. In his final heat of the Games, the 200-metre individual medley SM13, he looked in good form to repeat his success. Trailing slightly into the final lap, his closing speed booked him a spot in the medal race, just behind Kirilo Garashenko of Ukraine. If he wants his first Paris 2024 gold medal, though, he'll need to beat Heat 2 winner and neutral Paralympic athlete Ia Boki, who cruised to an easy victory. In the final, he'll hunt for his 4th consecutive Paralympic gold in this event. The women's S9 100-metre backstroke was taken out by Brazil's Mariana Ribeiro ahead of Irish breaststroke specialist Ellen Keane in lane 1, who retired after the race. Another milestone race was the men's S4 200-metre freestyle featuring 49-year-old French swimmer David Smetana. The 9-time Paralympic medalist finished in 5th place. Not enough to progress to the final, but competing before his home crowd was surely a highlight of his long career.
The Paralympic Games and the Paralympic movement has been my family and the one place I felt like I belonged more than anywhere else in the world. So it's going to be hard to leave it. But I think Winnie the Pooh said it best when he said, how lucky am I to have something that makes saying goodbye so hard.
You don't need to judge people in the streets in wheelchair or whatever because they might be Paralympian. So we just figured out how we can change the society, get another level for sports in general. I mean, in terms of cultural sports in our country, and of course for the youth. I mean, everyone is allowed to dream about being a champion one day.
The women's singles quarter-finals at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games got underway under cloudy skies at Roland Garros. Top seed and defending champion Didi de Groot had lost just 1 game in her 2 singles matches before this. She was up against Golo Yao of the People's Republic of China. De Groot made the anticipated fast start, racing into a 4-love first set lead. But Gao came roaring back. Some superb shot making put her opponent under real pressure. And she won the 12th game to force the set into a tiebreak. But de Groot played the key points well and reeled off 6 straight points to win it 7-3 and take the first set. The top seed broke early in the second and was always in the ascendancy. Gao still had her moments. She did get the better of de Groot's serve to break in the 8th game. In the end, though, experience won through. The Dutch player Judy closed out a 7-6, 6-3 win for her place in the semi-finals and to keep her aspirations of a successful Paralympic title defence alive. In the quad semi-finals, 2nd seed Niels Vink of the Netherlands faced 5th seed Ahmet Kaplan of Turkey. Vink eased into an impressive early lead. And took the opening set for the loss of just a single game. Kaplan held his own at the start of the 2nd set and snatched a timely break of serve. But was unable to mount a sustained challenge. Vink continued to dominate on the key points. And produced a superb backhand lob on his first match point. The 6-1, 6-1 win saw Vink through to the quarterfinal.
6-1, 6-1.
Back in the women's quarter-finals, Chu Chen of the People's Republic of China was up against second seed Kimiji Yui of Japan. Kimiji started strongly. Chu struggled to combat her pace and precision as the second seed took the first set in style. She pushed on in the second, her placement and depth of shot continuing to trouble her opponent. Chu had her moments, breaking to love midway through the second set to give herself a chance. But Kimiji pushed on. An error from Chu on the lengthy match point saw the Japanese player book her place in the semi-final in a 6-1, 6-2.
I'm happy with my performance today, and you know, we played against each other so many times. We know each other. We played doubles before. And also, she's a fighter. She never gave up until the last. So yeah, I just focus how I move her, and yeah, it worked, I think.
I don't know how to describe the feeling, but yeah, I'm so happy that I won the semi-final and that I'm secured for a medal for the first time. Silver or gold, that I'm going to fight for gold in 2 days. And just very happy with the level I reached today, because I played amazing. So that's why I'm so happy.
Hola, soy María Laura Rodríguez Belvedere, soy argentina y estoy en los Juegos Paralímpicos París 2024 participando en la disciplina de tiro deportivo. Es mi primer Juego Paralímpico y estoy compitiendo al lado de leyenda del tiro, así que bueno, es una alegría enorme poder estar acá. El tiro es un deporte de tranquilidad, de paz, de mucha mente, de fortaleza mental, y es algo que creo que va conmigo. Yo soy más del silencio, de la paz, de la tranquilidad y de estar conmigo misma. Soy comunicadora visual y community manager. Me gusta todo lo que tenga que ver con las redes sociales, el internet, el arte. Me gusta mucho ilustrar, dibujar. Mi lado artístico y digital es mi otro lado, además del deportivo. Ya estoy por competir, pero primero les quería mostrar un poco cómo es mi preparación ante una competencia. Primero me gusta ponerme mis auriculares, escuchar mi música para concentrarme antes de la competencia. Me visto, me pongo mi visera, mi ropa. Después empiezo a adornar mis cosas con un poco de mi estilo para también descontracturarme un poco antes de la competencia y estar más relajada. Siempre en mi visera llevo mi bandera argentina y el escudo de mi colegio, que es donde comencé el deporte. Me gusta poner un poco de estilo equipo, del rosita, que es mi color favorito, y un poco del celeste por mi bandera argentina. Los dejo porque yo me tengo que ir a competir.
The first final of the day in parachuting sport was the R7 men's 50-metre rifle 3 positions SH1. The athletes would shoot from the kneeling position, then the prone position, before finishing standing. Only then would the elimination process begin. Denmark's Jens Freeman came out the blocks quickly. A 10.9 on his second shot of the contest, he would end up leading the way after 15 shots. In the prone position series, it was home hope France's Jean-Louis Michaud who crept up the point standings. After 30 shots, he would be second, just 0.4 back from the leader, Marek Dobrowolski of Poland. The standing section, though, the toughest of the positions, was where the competition really began. And Michaud was evidence of just how tough it could be. A 4-point shot at the start of his round, the hammer blow. He would finish 7th ahead of Ukraine's Andriy Doroshenko.
His second final at Paris 20.
Next to exit was the reigning Paralympic champion Abdullah Sultan Aliani from the United Arab Emirates. Jaborešik from Hungary finished 5th, and narrowly missing out on a medal in 4th was Denmark's Jens Freeman. Next, the final shots to decide who would take home the gold medal. Marek Dobrowolski from Poland secured the bronze with a 10.2, but Dong Chao's 8.8 meant he'd have his work cut out to beat South Korea's Park Jin-ho. 2.6 the difference heading to the final shot. 10 for Park, 9.8 for Dong. The gold medal and a new Paralympic record going to the 47-year-old from South Korea. His second gold of Paris 2024.
Today, I was even more nervous than the first days. And now I still feel like it's not real. But for now, leaving all that aside, I'm so happy. I've waited a long time to get a gold medal in the Paralympics. But now I have got 2 medals, and I'm thinking of all the people who have helped me get here.
Despite suffering elimination at the quarter-final stage of the competition, the men's goalball teams from Egypt and France would get one more chance to win a match at Paris 2024. They competed to determine who'd finish 7th and 8th. The teams of 3 visually impaired athletes would throw the hard rubber ball underarm towards a goal which is 9 metres wide. The ball, with bells in, must bounce in each third of the court for a shot to be valid. Egypt, in black, had the first throw of the game. But it would be Kader Boualia who picked out the corner of the net to put France 1-0 ahead early on. Nabil Beish extended the French lead to 3-1. But Syed Awad quickly reduced the deficit. And he would score again to get Egypt back on level terms at 3-3. A high-scoring first half was rounded off by a quick French double. Ambrose Dodin and Elias Uni restored the hosts' lead before the break. Egypt did respond in the second half. A shot from Omar Mohamed just had enough power to bring his team back within 1 goal. The immediate reply from Beish prevented France from a nervous finale though, as they finished the tournament in 7th place, having beaten Egypt by 6 goals to 4. In the classification match for 5th and 6th places, 5-time Paralympic medalists the United States of America took on the Islamic Republic of Iran. An early shot from Hassan Jafari bounced over the neutral area in the centre of the court. Tyler Merrin of the United States made the most of the resulting penalty to put his team ahead 1-0. Jafari made up for his earlier error, bouncing a shot over the block and into the net for 1-1. In the second half, Callahan Young thought that he'd given the USA a 3-2 lead, but his shot had bounced long. Mohamed Pania Jomairan took his chance from the penalty, and it was Iran who led 3-2. A Christian King shot would bring the scores back level, before Iran were handed another penalty chance with less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Jafari hit the back of the net to make it 4-3, and his team would hold on to win the match. The United States of America ended in 6th place, while the Islamic Republic of Iran equalled their best ever Paralympic classification of 5th.
बहुत खुशी है 2016 से ही अगर मैं ग्राफ को देखूं तो पहला महिला मेडल आया और अब आप देखिए महिलाओं ने ही पूरा मेडल की झड़ी लगा रखी है, तो मेरे लिए बहुत ही खुशी की बात है यहाँ होना। और ख़ास लगाव इन खेलों से इसलिए भी है कि मुझे लगता है कि जो दिव्यांग खेल हैं, जो पैरा खेल हैं, वो सबसे बड़ा माध्यम है एक एबिलिटी बियॉन्ड डिसेबिलिटी के स्टेटमेंट के लिए जो सोशल टैबूज बैरियर्स भी तोड़ता है और एक दिव्यांग व्यक्ति को अपनी नई आइडेंटिटी और परिभाषा लिखने का एक मौका मिलता है। बहुत बड़ा धन्यवाद पैरालंपिक कमेटी ऑफ इंडिया को एक ऐसा मंच बनाने के लिए जहां हम जैसे खिलाड़ी अपनी अपंगता को दिव्यांगता में बदलने की एक हिम्मत रखते हैं और इस प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू आके अंतर्राष्ट्रीय खेलों में अपनी भागीदारी देकर तिरंगे को गौरवान्वित करते हैं। जो ये बदलाव अब पैरा खेलों में भारत में आ रहा है, इससे केवल भारतीय ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे संसार के लोग, क्योंकि यहाँ पे भी मैं हर देश के प्रतिनिधि से मिलती हूँ, हर देश के खिलाड़ी से मैं मिलती हूँ और मैं उनको बहुत दिनों से भी जानती हूँ। सब हैरान भी हैं और सब बहुत खुश भी हैं ये देखकर कि आज भारत में पैरालंपिक खेलों का ओहदा ओलंपिक खेलों के बिल्कुल समान है। हमारी जो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स हैं, हमारी जो गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज़ हैं, यहाँ तक कि जो ब्रॉडकास्टिंग भी अब हो रही है और हर घर में जाकर इन खेलों का प्रसार हो रहा है, इनका ब्रॉडकास्ट हो रहा है और हर भारतीय, हर वर्ग का भारतीय इन खेलों को देख रहा है और इंस्पायर हो रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री जब बोलते हैं तो 140 करोड़ भारतीय उनकी आवाज़ में बोलते हैं। मात्र प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये कहना कि उन्हें पहले ही आप पे गर्व है क्योंकि आप देश की नुमाइंदगी के लिए इतने बड़े खेल के पटल पे जा रहे हैं, इतना आत्मविश्वास वो एक खिलाड़ी के अंदर भर देता है। और एक पिता स्वरूप जब प्रधानमंत्री आपको ये कहते हैं कि आप प्रेशर मत लीजिए, हमारे लिए आप ऑलरेडी एक विनर हैं और हम आपके साथ हैं, हमारी शुभकामनाएं और प्यार आपके साथ है, तो मुझे लगता है कि वो इतना बड़ा एक हौसला और पूरे देश का प्यार और दुआएं जब एक खिलाड़ी से जुड़ती हैं तो आप सोचिए कितनी बड़ी बात है कि एक गांव से निकला बच्चा जो उम्र में इतना छोटा है या किसी न किसी शारीरिक तकलीफ से निकल रहा है, अंग भंग हो चुका है, लेकिन फिर भी प्रधानमंत्री जी उससे बात करते हैं, उसके खेल को सराहते हैं, उसके परिवार से बात करते हैं, हारने पे भी शाबाशी देते हैं, जीतने पे तो देते ही हैं। तो इसके अंदर पूरे भारतवर्ष का जब प्यार जुड़ता है, मुझे लगता है ये बहुत एक बेहतरीन और बड़ी यूनिक सी चीज़ है, क्योंकि जब हम बाहर आकर खेलते हैं तो दूसरे देश के खिलाड़ी बोलते हैं ओ माय गॉड, मतलब जैसे हमारा मेडल आता है हमारे भारत का तो सबकी नज़र होती है कि शायद अब बस अब फ़ोन बजेगा और इनके प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी की आवाज़ हम भी सुन पाएंगे या हम उनको बात करते हुए देखेंगे। I mean, he's a world leader and he's one of the most popular and most celebrated, respected world leader. और उनका फ़ोन जब अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे आता है तो हमारे लिए भारतीय खिलाड़ी या भारतीय टीम का हिस्सा होना और गर्व की बात हो जाती है।
First of all, this is my first Paralympic coming to Paris और बहुत ही बढ़िया शानदार लग रहा है। और खिलाड़ी की बात करें तो बहुत ही शानदार खेल रहे खिलाड़ी अपनी जगह पे, हर जहाँ गेम्स हो रहे वहाँ सभी एट द मोस्ट। पहले मैं विज़िट किया एथलेटिक्स, टेबल टेनिस, शूटिंग, बैडमिंटन, हर जगह जाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ मैं और वहाँ का प्रदर्शन खेलों जो बच्चे हमारे प्लेयर्स परफॉर्म कर रहे बहुत ही बड़ी शानदार परफॉर्म कर रहे और ऐसे ही उम्मीद रखते हैं कि वो अच्छा प्रदर्शन करे और मेडल तक पहुँचे। तैयारी कम से कम लास्ट 3 months वी वेयर टच विद ऑल द फेडरेशन से हमको उनको मेल करते थे, वहाँ से उनके साइजेस लेते थे प्लेयर्स के और जो सिलेक्शन ट्रायल्स होते थे, पूरे साई से मीटिंग होती थी हमारी। ये बहुत सारा काम रहता है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पार्ट इज़ वेरी टफ, इट इज़ नॉट दैट इजी। लोगों को लगता है कि आसान है, वो बहुत टफ होता है। सभी हमारे जो ऑफिस बेरर है हमारे बेंगलोर या दिल्ली में बैठे हुए ऑफिस बेरर जो भी जितने हमारे ऑफिस में लोग हैं, सभी लोग बहुत दिन रात काम कर रहे थे। टिकटिंग बुक करना है, उनका इक्विपमेंट ट्रांसपोर्ट करना है, उनके किट के बारे में बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती है। एट लास्ट जितना हमारा दे सकते हैं अच्छा, उतना 100% हमने देने की कोशिश की और यहाँ हम पूरे 84 एथलीट्स को लेकर हम यहाँ पेरिस में पहुँचे हैं। सपोर्ट की बात करें तो भारत सरकार के गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से बहुत ही बढ़िया सपोर्ट है। पूरा जितने भी हमने जो प्रपोज़ल देते हैं, जहाँ एक्सपोजर हो, बाहर खिलाड़ी खेलने के लिए जाएगा या पहले पेरिस ओलंपिक से पहले भी खिलाड़ी यहाँ मौजूद है, उनको भी उन्होंने बहुत सपोर्ट दिया है। और मैं हमारी पैरालंपिक कमेटी ऑफ इंडिया से की तरफ से मैं भारत सरकार को और पूरी शाही जो ऑफिस में रहे शाही को भी मैं मेरे धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। अब जब हम लौटेंगे मेडल लेके, बहुत अभी तो जश्न चालू है हमारा। भारत में पूरे लोग हमको मैसेज कर रहे हैं, फ़ोन कर रहे हैं, प्लेयर को हौसला बढ़ा रहे। जैसे हम पहुँचेंगे कि हम धूम मचाएंगे, वो वहाँ भारत में सब मेडल लेके चलेंगे, 25 के ज़्यादा भी हो सकते हैं। और सबको मैं, और एक ख़ास बात, जितने भी यहाँ कोचिस आए हैं, बहुत योगदान दिया है उन्होंने खिलाड़ियों के लिए, और उनके साथ एस्कॉर्ट आए हैं, और पूरी जो मीडिया जितनी भी वहाँ से दिल्ली से यहाँ पेरिस में पहुँचे, 100 स्पोर्ट्स है, जियो स्पोर्ट्स, डीडी स्पोर्ट्स, इनको सबको मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। मेरे पैरालंपिक परिवार से मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ उनको।
Brazil have won every gold medal in blind football since Athens 2004. They faced the People's Republic of China in their final game of Group A. It would be a difficult task for China, but a foul here gave them an opportunity from the free kick. Lee Hai-Fu with the shot, but it went wide of the post. Brazil created good chances. Jefferson de Conceição Gonçalves' run took him the whole length of the pitch. The shot with the outside of his foot was a fraction wide. Another clever move, this time by Jardel Vieira Soares. Sadly for him, Raimundo Mendes unable to supply the finishing touch. Into the second half, and China still desperate for a goal. Zhu Wuming went on a powerful run. He displayed great footwork, but unluckily for him, the shot missed the target. A free kick for Brazil and a chance for Ricardo Steinmetz Alves. The shot blocked, but no one could clear, and eventually the referee blew for a foul. Into the final seconds, and a long throw found Zhu. His long-range shot nearly crept in, but the goalkeeper just able to keep the ball out. That was the final touch of the match as it finished goalless between the People's Republic of China and Brazil.
O sentimento é de muita felicidade.
The feeling is of great happiness.
Primeiramente, depois de ter classificado para a semifinal, Claro que essa questão de invencibilidade tem peso também, mas a gente sempre vai brigar para vencer. O empate também era nosso e graças a Deus deu certo e classificamos em primeiro do grupo.
There was a special atmosphere at La Défense Arena, with the French crowd hoping for a successful night in the Paris swimming finals. For the first event, the 100 metres S7 backstroke, was expected to be a duel between the defending champion Andrei Trusov of Ukraine and Italy's Federico Bocelli, who'd won the 400 metres freestyle. Instead, Yuri Shenhur of Ukraine went out strongly and maintained his form to beat the favourites to gold. Trusov's wait for a title at Paris 2024 continues. He took the silver. The final of the 200 metres S4 freestyle was a chance for several swimmers to add to their gold medal tally in Paris. The man who managed it was the defending champion in this event. Ami Omer Dadon of Israel was a convincing winner, ahead of neutral Paralympic athlete Roman Zhdanov and Suzuki Takayuki of Japan. The first local hero of the night featured in the lineup for the 50 metres S6 butterfly. But France's Laurent Chadard faced a stiff test in the race, not least from the defending champion, Wang Jinggang of the People's Republic of China. The post-finish saw the first three all break 32 seconds, but Wang took gold. Chadard delighted with his bronze medal. The men's 50 metres S5 backstroke had delivered a Chinese 1-2-3 at Tokyo 2020, and once again 3 swimmers from that country were the fastest qualifiers for this final. At the start, Brazil's Samuel da Silva Oliveira threatened their dominance, but in the end Yuan Wei Yi came through to win, ahead of Guo Qin Cheng and Wang Liqiao, the first time at Paris 2024 that one country has swept the medals. The men's 200 metres SM11 individual medley for visually impaired swimmers is the ultimate test of versatility. Rogier Dorsman of the Netherlands was the defending champion, but he had ground to make up after the first half of the race. He did it superbly to retain his title. 16-year-old David Kratochvil of Czechia took the bronze. Stefano Raimondi of Italy had already won gold in freestyle and breaststroke finals at Paris 2024. His chance to add another title came in the men's S10 100 metres butterfly. Ukraine's Igor Nimchenko led it halfway, but Raimondi came back superbly to win in a time of 55.02 seconds. Another French hope appeared for the S9 100 metres backstroke final. Hugo Didier had plenty of support, but the race was sure to be close. It was ultimately decided by a superb turn from Yahor Shalkonau, who'd won silver at Tokyo 2020. The neutral Paralympic athlete took gold this time ahead of Didier. His winning time was a Paralympic record. The noise levels rose again for the men's 200 metres SM13 individual medley as France's Alex Portal bid to improve the silver he won at Tokyo 2020. To do so, he'd have to beat Ihar Boki, who'd already won 4 gold medals in Paris and 20 in his career. He didn't silence the French crowd, but Boki's victory was never in doubt. He underlined his dominance with a superb final length to break his own world record. His time 2 minutes 2.03 seconds. Boki is now the most successful male Paralympian of all time. Once again, Portal had to settle for the silver.
That means so much. That was my dream. I dreamed about that. At Tokyo I have silver, but now it's gold. I'm Paralympic champion now. That was my dream.
Я, конечно, чрезмерно счастлив. В первую очередь, что достиг такой высокой планки для меня, как бы. Если вернуться там лет 10 назад, я бы сказал, что что-то такое нереальное. И сейчас, когда очередную медаль выиграл, я очень счастлив, доволен. Спасибо всем моим близким, кто болел. Спасибо моему первому тренеру, моему нынешнему тренеру. Это отчасти тоже и их заслуга.
Strelba je pre mňa životný štýl. Strieľam už vyše 20 rokov a dennodenne trénujem. Je to pre mňa zábava,
relaxation,
relax,
and it's a duty, a daily part of my life.
V podstate každodenná súčasť môjho života. Pre mňa je to
For me, the longer I go on and the further I get, the more responsibility I feel to stay among the top
držať sa
shooters
medzi
in the
top
world.
najlepšími strelcami sveta. Že tu fungovanie trénera partner je dobré v tom, pretože nemusíme mať žiadny časový harmonogram na tréningy, ale ideme naozaj vtedy, kedy chceme, trénujeme nad rámec ešte toho, čo by sme možno mali trénovať, takže je tam ten čas je neobmedzený a vieme si ho aj prispôsobiť.
Veronika je veľmi zodpovedný strelec, veľmi precízny a perfekcionistický, takisto. Myslím, že sa nám pracuje veľmi dobre, pretože sme sa zladili aj v živote. Dochádza síce k malým hádkam, ale vždy sa vieme zosúľadiť.
Ale niekedy to tak funguje, že ja poslúcham na strelnici, on to musí poslúchať doma. Ako na trénerovi mám najmä rada precíznosť a perfekcionalizmus. A svoju robotu sa spraví na 1,000,000%. Paríž mám veľmi rada. Na tejto strelnici som bola už predtým dvakrát. Je veľmi dobrá, kvalitná. Čo očakávam od ďalších disciplín alebo následujúcich disciplín, podať ten výkon, na ktorých som natrénovaná.
The women's 50-metre rifle three positions final in the SH1 classification.
Take your position.
Now there's some real names in this final. Not only Avani Lakara, who's the first Indian woman to claim 2 Paralympic medals. There's big support for India today. They'll make a lot of noise, they always do. Shooting is so popular in the country of India. Here is Avani Lakara, 22 years old, has achieved so much already. Gold medalist in the R2. That was in the 10 metres at the Tokyo Paralympic Games. Here's Natasha Hiltrop of Germany, now 32 years old, gold medalist in the R3. That was the 10-metre prone at the last Paralympics. Li Yunri, the world record holder at her 5th Paralympic Games, 49 years old. 36-year-old Zhang Chuping, the Paralympic record holder from People's Republic of China. When you're firing at that target 50 metres away, just to let you know that the centre of the ring, the 10 ring on the target, 50 metres away, is 10.4 millimetres wide. That's a good job they have these finals in the afternoon then, Heather, as we're both not morning people. After my 10 years of doing radio in the UK in the mornings, 10 years was enough. It's now time to do things in the afternoons, I can tell you.
Well, I must admit, as much as we shot in the morning, my swim training was normally at 5:30 in the morning, so it wasn't necessarily the right way around, and competition day was far better.
Welcome to the R8 women's 50-metre rifle.
It's nice to get that insight into what goes on when you're competing at world level, because of course you watch finals, you don't see everything else that goes on. Qualification earlier on today, for example.
Getting ready now to do battle for the all-important medals. The SH1
Anna Benson of Sweden was top of qualification alongside Veronika Vadovichova in second place. And then Zhang Chuping, the Paralympic record holder, was in third. So will those top 3 bring that form into this final? And that's how they line up. The Paralympic record holder, the current world champion, and the current Paralympic champion as well in this one. It really is a world-class field.
Well, it's brilliant to see that. And sometimes the qualifications can throw curveballs. People have issues or pressure just gets them. They don't bring their A game, and we don't always see the favourites making it into a final. So we are really spoiled with this selection of 8 world-class shooters.
457.9. Set by
the pressure, the smallest of margins will be separating those medals at the end of the day.
as well. So it is the final countdown now to the final
position
of the R8 women's
competition.
50-meter rifle. 3 positions.
You'll see that positions can change, as in the rankings, I should say, rather than the positions. You might be getting confused with the shooting positions. Just as some athletes will be stronger in prone, some might be stronger in kneeling, and then those who are stronger in standing hope that they've done enough so that they can really excel in that final position that we'll see throughout this competition.
At the Chateauroux Shooting Centre, we are 10 seconds away from the R8 final getting started.
So that's the load command, and the athletes must wait to hear it, and then they must wait for the start command, and then they can get underway. So the targets on your screen are in shades of green. The targets for the athletes are black and white and illuminated 50 metres away. And the centre ring is 10.4 millimetres. Yes, that's millimetres wide. And this is a precision sport. It just gives you an idea of how difficult it is. So the athletes, some in wheelchairs, some sitting on stools. So this is the kneeling position, which means there's only one elbow allowed on the table rest. And some athletes, when they have their classification examination, are allowed to have a little bit more back support than some others. So all that's taken into consideration before they then go into their classification, and this is the SH1. So this is for athletes with lower limb impairment.
The reigning world champion on the left-hand side of your screen, currently focusing on, as she is focusing on her sights. You see the foresight, that sight, sort of lining that up with the back sight, the one closest to the athlete's eye, and then having that all in line with your chosen target point on the target. And athletes will have different areas in which they aim at, but their sights are then adjusted so that that aiming point hopefully gives them a group like we're seeing from Bedovic.
Meanwhile, Hiltrop with a 10.9. That's the highest score you can get on an individual shot. That is the dead centre of the target. Mental concentration required as well. So that's the first series over. We'd expect now any score over 50 to be a world leader. And indeed, we have 3 athletes all tied on 51.1. This is what fascinates me about decibel scoring. You have 5 shots, and what are the chances of even...
It gives you an idea of just what small margins are separating athletes at the top. Such a small margin for error. We say that, we can see all change in the order. We move on to the prone position. So the kneeling sits somewhere in the middle, so to speak, with what we might expect to see from the scores. The prone position, well, I have both elbows on the table, give them more support, therefore we expect to see higher scores, and then it all comes down to the standing, where there's obviously less stability, and therefore we can see more disruption, so to speak, in the medal table and the position table. The sights with the open eye, some athletes can actually just naturally close one eye, but then you have to be careful that it doesn't actually put too much tension in your face. It's all about being relaxed as well. And interesting if you start to watch all the different approaches and the different kit and positions that each of these shooters have adopted.
Stop.
Voilà, nous avions 3 tireuses à égalité à la fin de la première série.
The second series in the kneeling position is over. Can't go back in time, we can only go forward. And that's 2 cracking series from Zhang Yuping to be up to 101.3. That first series was 51.1.
No ties as things stand. We had 5 athletes tied after series 1.
Another 5 shots
for the next
athletes.
competition series, load.
And another 200 seconds will begin once we hear start from Christian Baillet, the Chief Range Officer. There it is.
We just have that close-up of what looks like a golf ball on the rifle. And you'll see that these weapons, or these rifles, are so customized, and some athletes opting for something that's really large and easy. So when it does come to having to be relatively quick, like we're always talking about with your loading, just makes it that much easier to get hold of, be able to move it out of the way and to load. And got to make sure that you're loading correctly, as if it goes in the wrong direction, you can end up with a jam in your rifle, and that can be quite serious. Really taking her time, and this shows experience when, if you're not quite happy with your lineup, sometimes athletes try to adjust it, but it's often really great to just take a breath.
I mean, there's great conditions here in the Châteauroux Shooting Centre, because sometimes 3 positions finals can be shot out into the outdoors as well. And of course, wind then starts to affect things. It certainly makes the finals just that little bit more interesting because of the natural way that wind gusts come along.
And sighting time, start.
But in some ways, of course, we don't have to worry about that kind of thing being indoors in Châteauroux. And as Heather was saying, there is just so much when it comes to actually performing at this level in shooting, dealing with the light conditions, the changes from the qualification hall through to the finals hall.
Yeah, we put you on the spot, I think, with that, but you did very well with it. Gold medal for that as well. So you're here as a coach.
Here for the first time, first Paralympics for them. We managed to get 4 finals, which is a lot more than what we expected. We got a medal already, so we're extremely happy.
Yeah, and for you personally, are you enjoying the change of scenery in a way, being at a games as a coach rather than an athlete?
Yeah, absolutely. It's I enjoy being a coach and try to share what I know and also see the athletes grow. It's fantastic.
We've seen a lot of records.
Good match. So there's a lot of good shooters, yeah.
Well, Jonas, thank you very much for talking to us and for opening the competition with La Trois Coups. Good luck to Team Denmark and, of course, all the teams for the rest of the competition. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the final.
Thank you very much.
Jonas Jakobsen, everybody!
30 seconds. For the next competition series, load.
So there's the load command. You can only load once that's been issued by the Chief Ranger Officer. He then calls start, and the clock starts ticking as soon as he says that word.
The quicker you are, the more efficient you are at loading. Especially putting yourself in a time for each shot, and if you do need to make a correction or just take a reset, you know you can. You don't have to potentially pull that trigger when you're not 100% happy with the way everything is lined up. It's almost a constant movement, and you don't, as soon as the shot's fired, you don't let go. You carry on squeezing it so that you just become ingrained in just that smooth, fluid movement. That wasn't criticism of your terminology there, Rory, because yes, you are pulling the trigger. It's just the terminology used by the coaches when coaching an athlete.
Radavičova's having a great series so far. Radavičova's last single shot was a 10.7 and now 202.5. And Zhang Chuping, the Paralympic record holder, 201.8 in second place, with Avani Lakara, 22 years old, representing India.
To be able to really block out as much distraction and as much sort of external factors when you're in the position, it's kind of just locking into you and your sights, thinking of nothing else. And it's very simple, but sometimes just the brain is so naturally distracted and so busy, you've got to just come into a calm space. And Lakara actually spent a lot of time working on that. She does yoga, she spent a lot of time with mental exercises, as well as realizing the importance of being physically fit. So she does a lot of training out in her wheelchair as well.
that's more in the sweet spot of where they'll be happy. You want to keep the shots in the tens, because with the standing position coming up after the next series, that's when things really start to change in terms of the scoreboard. So Zhang Quping now takes the lead. Veronika Vadovichova, who was leading.
Start.
Some dramatic changes we saw there. Natalie Smith was in medal contention. Still relatively early days, but dropped down to 7th after that last series. Still plenty of time to recover from that though, and a 10.4 will hopefully be keeping her in contention.
Natasha Hiltrop with a 10.9. That's the perfect score in terms of this discipline and events, both across 50 metres and 10 metres.
Neat and tidy indeed for Benson. Lee with a bit of a group, but finding it slightly high. Just one of those shots actually outside of the 9 ring.
A 9.3 from Natalie Smith, which again is really going to affect her chances. Been slipping down the scoreboard in 7th at the moment as this series draws to a close.
Stop and load. 9 minutes, changeover and sighting time. Start.
So the 9-minute clock is already ticking, and Natasha Hiltrop of Germany leads the way on 307.1. Far right of your screen. And Irina Shekling. All of them really, but there are just some who just perform in this particular series of standing better than some others. So let's see how this unfolds. Natasha Hiltrop of Germany is leading at the moment on 307.1. So 1.2 gap between Veronika Vadovichova in 2nd place, and then Zhang Quping on 304.3 in 3rd. There's no tables in this phase of the final because it's standing, but the athletes do have the rifle rests. Shake of the head from Vadovichova was because of a 9.6.
That's always a relief once you finish your 5 series. Yet then, if you know there's still a few athletes left to shoot, just sit and wait and hope that you've done enough in a moment when we get to this knockout point of the competition.
So the
first series of 5 shots is completed in the standing position, and a hush descending around the Châteauroux shooting centre. That's certainly the quietest it's been since this final began. It's a long final and it's drawing to a conclusion. We have one more series of 5 shots. Hiltrop of Germany still at the top of 5 shots in the standing. This will take us to shot 40. And the eliminations of 8th and 7th place at once.
And to say there's so many medalists in this field when we've got a 22-year-old here in Rani Lakara, the bronze medalist from 3 years ago as a teenager. Other end of the experience spectrum. Vadovichova also with her own Paralympic medals.
That was another shot in the 9 ring for Veronika, 9.6. Some more shots in the 9s coming in. A little bit of fatigue kicking in. It's a long final, it's a long day. There's qualification before this, and then the final itself. These three-position finals normally around 50, 55 minutes, give or take, in total length. And they're the longest of the parachuting sport disciplines as well. So just a few more shots to go.
Stop.
So our first eliminations, and it'll be Natalie Smith of Australia and Lee Ri of Republic of Korea who will leave this final in 8th and 7th place respectively.
La 8e position, on va aller du côté de la représentante de l'Australie, Natalie Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen,
so Natalie Smith of Australia,
the Paralympic Games representing Australia,
her 4th Paralympic Games.
Smith. She is a 4-time Paralympian competing in a 4th final at the Paralympic Games.
Et pour la 7e position, la représentante de la République de
So Natalie's family are here in the crowd. We heard from her son earlier.
7th place representing
the announcer spoke to him in between the prone and standing changeover. And Natalie Smith finishes 8th in the Paralympic Games final. And yes, Natalie, you should be delighted with that. Get the whole way here to Paris,
okay, we have 6
make it through a long qualification because it did go on earlier.
Still leading
and now Natalie Smith is 8th at her 4th Paralympic Games in the R8 final. Meanwhile, here's Lee Ri, waves to the camera.
Then is Benson of Sweden in 4th, and in the new danger
in
zone
7th
of 6th
position
place, Shetnik
for Republic of Korea.
0.7 behind.
And now up against each other as Anna Benson, the current world champion, is on 402.2, unlikely to be caught unless Anna has a disastrous shot, but the next elimination between these two, Shetnik of Ukraine and Lakara of India. Or 10.6 from Lakara, which means that Shetnik can't keep up no matter what she hits at 10.5. It means Irina Shetnik of Ukraine will leave this final in 6th place.
Et pour sa 3e finale sur ces
and those are the rules, and you've got to follow those commands right up until these moments.
So we have 5 athletes remaining.
Nice wave to the crowd, and 24-year-old Irina Shetnik, who's achieved so much across the world of parachuting sport, including 2 bronze medals at Tokyo, those in the standing and the prone positions. She also had a silver medal at the World Championships in LA.
42 now, and it could decide who leads next.
7 World Championship medals to her name, so leaves this final in 6th. And I think today expected more. So 5 left.
Stop.
Veronika Vanovichova of Slovakia is in the current gold medal position. Hiltrop of Germany in 2nd. Zhang of People's Republic of China in 3. Anna Benson, the world champion, in 4th. And Ivana Lakari in 5th.
Stop. Et vous avez compris le principe, tous les tirs maintenant.
So it's confirmed that Lakara will now leave the final in 5th. Final total of 420.6.
Vendredi sur l'épreuve de 10 mètres, médaille de bronze à Tokyo. Elle prendra cette année la 5e place. La représentante de l'Inde, Avani Lekara. Les applaudissements.
5th place at Paris 2024, representing India, goes to Avani Lekara.
She's the first Indian woman to claim 2 Paralympic medals. Not a medal today, but a big achievement nonetheless to leave in 5th place in this Paralympic final. It's a gruelling event, the 3 positions. And now we have 4 athletes left. The world champion Anna Benson of Sweden in 4th. Zhang of People's Republic of China in 3rd. Hiltrop of Germany in 2nd, and Vanovichova of Slovakia
still Zhang in 3rd. Benson in the danger zone now. The next shot is shot 43.
50 seconds is the allocation per single shot in standing.
For the next competition shot, low.
Vanovichova only 0.6 in front. This next shot to decide 4th.
This next shot. 3 of them will know that they are guaranteed a medal. Sometimes it's at these points in the competition that you do see those more wayward shots as that added pressure, the realization of what the next shot could mean. Benson kept her cool with a 10.1.
Stop.
But she's going to have to wait to see if that's enough.
So the world champion now leads this Paralympic final and now has finished 4th in a Paralympic final in Paris at the Châteauroux Shooting Centre.
3 Paralympic champions across the rifle event.
Early shot by Badavicheva, wanted to get it away. Look at that from Hiltrop.
That's going to be a guaranteed bronze medal then for Zhang Qiping. This is impossible now for her to eclipse that, even with a 10.6. The gap was 0.4, so even to take it to a shoot-off, she needed a shot that was at least 0.4 higher than Natasha Hiltrop. But People's Republic of China have a bronze medal in this Paralympic final.
The bronze medal
and it's Zhang Qiping, the Paralympic record holder.
China goes to Zhang Qiping.
And amazing, really. In London, Rio and Tokyo was the gold medalist in this event and has come to another R8 final and has claimed the bronze medal to add to those 3 gold medals in former Paralympic Games.
Now going head to head. We just saw it.
So the gap at the top is 1.1.
Who's still in second place.
So Hiltrop really, if she's to stand a chance of gold,
and Badavicheva
needs an absolute disastrous shot from Veronika Badavicheva.
So unless we have a tie-break situation,
last shot was a 9.5.
Shot 45.
Hiltrop's last shot was a 10.8.
Who becomes the new
so it could happen.
champion?
We saw Badavicheva getting her shots off really early in that last round. Didn't hold by 9.5. It'll take a little bit more time for what will be guaranteed her final shot.
So the gap is 0.1. Hiltrop only needs a 9.6, and it gets a 9.9, and it's all changed rounds. So it was a 0.1 gap. I think I said 1.1 earlier, so apologies for that. Natasha Hiltrop of Germany has just become the Paralympic champion in the R8 women's 50-metre rifle 3 positions.
Came down to the final shot. The gold
and that just shows you the excitement of shooting, and when it gets to the standing position, things can change round.
Natasha Hiltrop.
And Hiltrop is announced as the gold medalist and the Paralympic champion. Badavicheva's shot was a 9.4.
Merci de rester avec nous d'ici une petite dizaine de minutes. Nous allons pouvoir procéder à la cérémonie des médailles. On a eu une finale de très haut niveau.
Natasha Hiltrop 3 years ago was the silver medalist in the R8 women's 50-metre 3 positions. SH1 category is now upgraded to gold 3 years later, and I think is absolutely relieved and exhausted, but she'll be able to take it in a few moments' time with the medal ceremony, hearing her own national anthem. For Veronika Badavicheva, who led this competition at certain times, just in the standing position, too many shots in the 9 ring, but a silver medal at the Paralympic Games to add to the 7 Paralympic medals she already has, including 5 golds. This is the victory ceremony for the women's 50-metre rifle 3 positions SH1 classification. It's the athletes being led out by the presentation party.
Les médailles sont remises par...
The medals will be presented by...
Monsieur Ferrol Van Hoven, vice-président du comité technique du World Shooting Power Sport.
Vice Chairperson of the World Shooting Parasport Technical Committee.
Accompagné par...
Accompanied by...
Monsieur Michel Georgeon, vice-président de Châteauroux Métropole.
Vice President of Châteauroux Métropole.
Médaille de bronze, représentante la République populaire de Chine.
Bronze medalist representing the People's Republic of China, Zhang Qiping.
Zhang Xuping, the current Paralympic record holder, taking the bronze medal for People's Republic of China. It was gold for her in Tokyo. She also took gold in Rio and London. And there's now another Paralympic medal. What an achievement. And it's bronze.
Médaille d'argent, représentante de la Slovaquie.
Silver medalist, representing Slovakia, Veronika Vadovičová.
Veronika Vadovičová has achieved so much in the world of parachuting sport. 7 Paralympic medals, 5 of them gold, and that's now become 8 Paralympic medals. As Beryl van Hoven puts the silver medal around Veronika's neck, and her Paralympic record book just continues. Representing Slovakia, Veronika Vadovičová is the silver medalist.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique, représentante de l'Allemagne.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Germany, Natascha Hildroth.
Natascha Hildroth of Germany steps up to take the gold medal and the title of Paralympic champion. 3 years ago in Tokyo, she was silver medalist in this event, and 3 years on has made the upgrade. Natascha Hildroth, 32 years old, representing Germany, is the Paralympic champion and gold medalist. And in a few moments, she'll get to hear her own national anthem of Germany. Shots. And that's how it can switch around so quickly in shooting. That's what makes it so exciting. And now for the anthem of Germany. Hildroth of Germany, 32 years old, a silver medalist in Tokyo 3 years ago.
Ladies and gentlemen,
has now upgraded to become the Paralympic champion in the R8, the women's 50-metre rifle, 3 positions, SH1. I mean, Natascha had a gold medal in Tokyo in the R3, that was in the prone.
I'm very happy, and the start was pretty bad, so I'm very glad that it got me gold still. It's a pretty good feeling, but I really didn't plan it like that. It's a stroke of luck is also plays also a part, but yeah.
Men's quarter-final day in wheelchair basketball, with Canada facing the Netherlands. Canada expected a big contribution from top scorer Colin Higgins. The Netherlands expected him to shoot. Instead, the pass to Vincent Dallaire for the first point of the game. Matthias Beller scored 22 for the Netherlands in their previous game. He thought this was 3 more, but it was inside the D and called it 2. No one's added more points for the Dutch than Mendel op de North. He grabbed the early momentum with 3 unanswered baskets. But Pat Anderson has seen it all before, and the 3-time gold medalist made sure his side stayed in touch. The Canadians established a 7-point lead thanks to this slick passing move. Tyler Miller putting 2 more on the board. wasn't the only player who made a big impact off the bench. Robert Hedges scoring right before the break. And check out the no-look pass from Nicola Gonchin to set him up. Canada up 15 points at half-time, the Dutch coach with plenty to ponder. They fought back through a combination of tactics and teamwork. A great exchange of passes between Optenorth and Robin Poggenwisch. So Canada's turn to the direct route. Anderson, once again their inspiration. At the third time of asking. He top scorer with 20 points. Canada through to their first semi-final since 2012. The last time they won gold. 79-67, the final score.
We're in a semi. You know, I came back in 2017 just with the hope to make it to the medal rounds with this group, and it's taken us felt like long years to get there. So this is a huge, huge hurdle that we've cleared, and it's very excited for the semis.
Great Britain against Australia, with a place in the semi-finals of wheelchair basketball at stake. Team GB full of confidence after topping their group. The Australians still searching for their first win at Paris 2024. They got a good start. Tom O'Neill-Thorne scoring early to settle the nerves. Lee Manning leads the tournament in rebounds and has plenty of points too. Needed a quick repair after levelling the score. Greg Warburton has been GB's most prolific player at the Games. He was on target once again from distance. Australia's captain Tristan Knowles scored twice before the break and again quickly after it to put Australia ahead by 1. Back came Team GB. Warburton with time to open up an 8-point lead. But Australia made it a 3-point game at half-time. Advantage only just to Great Britain. The Australians struck first after the break, but the British replied with 4 unanswered baskets for a 9-point lead. It was never comfortable. Jaylen Brown set up Yannick Blair to reduce the gap. Leading to a timeout for Team GB. Warburton providing the instructions and 2 crucial baskets to start the fourth quarter, extending their lead, deserving of a celebration. When Ben Fox added 3 field goals in quick succession, the game was up. Twice champions previously, Australia won't match that feat this time. Team GB are 2 wins away from the Paralympic title. They finished 84-64. The victors face Germany in the semi-final.
We've been saying it since day one, game by game. The lows aren't too low and the highs aren't too high, so we won't be too high tonight. We've got a day off tomorrow. It's been a tough back-to-back games. I feel like we were probably a little bit under par overall, but to come away with a 20-point win when you're under par is testament to our character and the grind that we put in today. So yeah, one step closer, but game by game.
Wheelchair tennis at the 2024 Paris Paralympic Games continued under the gloomy skies of Roland Garros. The women's doubles semi-final saw Kamiji Yui and Tanaka Manami of Japan up against Gu Lao and Wang Ziying of the People's Republic of China. The Japanese pair were always in the ascendancy, combining well and showing ruthless efficiency. They eased through the opening set without dropping a game. Kamiji and Tanaka started the second set in similar fashion, opening out another commanding lead. Kamiji letting rip here with a powerful forehand. The Chinese pair got on the scoreboard by winning the 5th game, but a comeback was never feasible. Kamiji and Tanaka took an emphatic 6-love, 6-1 win to put their place in the women's double final. In the quad semi-final, top seed Sam Schroeder of the Netherlands faced 3rd seed Guy Sasson of Israel. Silver medalist at Tokyo 2020, Schroeder is clear that he wants to go one better in Paris. But it was Sasson who made the stronger start. A flawless service return to open out a 4-1 first set lead. Schroeder came back strongly. The Dutchman with a decisive backhand winner to level the contest at 5-all. He was unstoppable in the tiebreak, racing through it, a sublime cross-court forehand to win the set.
Game and first set, Schroeder.
But Sasson wasn't subdued and was in the ascendancy as the second set got underway. A clipped forehand for a break of serve to take a 3-1 lead. Again, though, Schroeder was equal to the task. He produced a brutal forehand at the end of a lengthy rally to move 5-4 ahead.
Game, Schroeder.
The Israeli provided some late resistance. Excellent shot making for him to save the first match point. But Schroeder was as resilient as ever, putting plenty of pace on his forehand winner for a 7-6, 6-4 win to score his place in the quarterfinal. In the men's doubles quarterfinal, top seeds Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid of Great Britain were up against Ruben Spargeren and Martin ter Hof of the Netherlands. Hewitt and Reid took the silver medal at Tokyo 2020, but are the favourites to top the podium in Paris. They made a typically fast start, using all of their experience playing as a pair to dominate the opening set. Consistently playing the key points well, they took the first set 6-2. The second set saw another fast start from Team GB. And another commanding lead. The Dutch duo weren't overwhelmed and produced some of their own magic moments. But the relentless nature of Reid and Hewitt eventually wore them down. A 6-2, 6-1 win for the British pair, and with it, a place in the semi-finals.
Under the roof of La Défense Arena, some of the world's finest female para-swimmers fought for places on the podium. Lu Dong, the 50-metre backstroke S5 world record holder and Tokyo 2020 champion in a white cap, got out in front before she broke the surface. She was chased by compatriot He Shengao, but made it home in 37.51 seconds. It was another clean sweep for China as he took silver and a bronze for Lu Yu. China's good night in the pool looked to continue in the SM11 200-metre individual medley. In the butterfly, there was little between Chinese athletes Ma Jie and Tsai Li Wen, both in white caps. Neutral Paralympic athlete Daria Lukyanenko crept up before the turn and surged to overtake Ma Jie in the freestyle length. Lukyanenko smashed the world record, clocking 2 minutes 37.77. Leanne Smith of Team USA's dominant display in the heats was on show again in the chase for gold in the S3 100-metre freestyle. She put in an even faster swim, snatching the win in Paralympic record time, 1 minute 28.81. Reigning champion in the SM13 200-metre medley, Carlotta Gilli of Italy struggled to maintain her lead in the race's penultimate length. It was a battle for gold with the USA's Olivia Chambers, but Gilli held on to win her second gold medal of the Games. It was Great Britain in 1 and 2 at the turn in the S10 100-metre butterfly. They were in a battle to the wall, the two Paralympic debutantes winning medals, gold for Faye Rogers and Kellyanne Warrington with silver.
That was a good fight.
Another Chinese star, Jiang Yuyan, would be difficult to challenge in the 50-metre butterfly S6. With a strong underwater start, she was just in front and only widened her lead. She finished outside her own world record time, but it was enough to secure her third gold medal of these Paralympics. Christy Raleigh Crossley of the United States of America had already won a Paralympic silver medal, but she was looking for gold in the S9 100-metre backstroke against favourites Nuria Marquez Soto of Spain and Brazil's Mariana Ribeiro. Her first length was slower than expected. She made a move in the back 50 metres, pulling in front of Marquez Soto and Ribeiro. Just shy of world record time, the American took her first gold medal on her Paralympic debut, sweetening her victory with a new Paralympic record. Spain's Nuria Marquez Soto with the silver medal and bronze for Mariana Ribeiro of Brazil.
Keep looking up in the stands trying to find my kids. I can't wait to watch our nation's colors rise later for me. I don't think that's sunk in yet. But I just went back to why I swim, and that's to have fun, to give my kids something to look up to. So we refocused, and we had fun tonight.
Actually, I had great confidence in this event because I've set the world record and the tournament record for this discipline before. I think I may have a certain advantage in this event. I wanted to get this gold medal so much, so I tried my best in the competition and finally got this result. I'm very happy and satisfied.
बैडमिंटन का ये ऐतिहासिक गोल्ड मेडल है और सबसे अच्छी बात नितेश की ये है कि मैं भी चरखी दादरी से हूँ, वो भी चरखी दादरी से बिलोंग करता है और उसने जो मैच हमने देखा, हमारी सेक्रेटरी मैडम भी थी, सेक्रेटरी स्पोर्ट्स, वो भी करी थी, ऐसा मैच मैंने नहीं देखा। इतना मुकाबला, हार्ड मुकाबले में उसने जीता है। वी आर प्राउड ऑफ नितेश। अब तक हमारे 9 मेडल हो चुके हैं, जिसमें 2 मेडल गोल्ड मेडल हैं, 2 सिल्वर हैं और 5 ब्रॉन्ज मेडल जीत के भारत का हम और ऊंचे जितने भी हो सकते हैं कम से कम भी 25 मेडल हम लेके आएंगे। मेरे को तो लग रहा है कि 28 मेडल होंगे, 25 पार तो हैं ही हैं, मिनिमम 25 हैं और ये 30 तक भी, 28 से 30 तक भी जा सकते हैं मेडल। ये हमारे खिलाड़ियों को जिन्होंने देश का नाम इतना रोशन किया है, तिरंगा झंडा लहराया है, यहाँ पे राष्ट्रगान गाया गया है, तो इनके लिए आप भी जितना हो सकता हो इनको आप अपने सोशल मीडिया से या जितने उससे उनको सहयोग दें और जब ये आए इंडिया में तो इनका स्वागत एक हीरो की तरह होना चाहिए।
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि हम सुनते आ रहे हैं काफ़ी देर से कि जब से ओलंपिक हो रहा है भारत में आर्चरी में मेडल नहीं है, लेकिन पिछली बार हमारे भाई हरविंदर सिंह जी ने ब्रॉन्ज मेडल जीता था और इस बार हम दोनों, मैं और शीतल, ये मेडल जीतने में कामयाब रहे हैं। काफ़ी खुश हैं।
मैं तो अभी 3 साल हुए मुझे आर्चरी में और मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि आर्चरी में मेडल आया और उम्मीद करते हैं आगे भी एक 2 मेडल और आए।
सबसे पहले तो मैं अपने कोचिस को धन्यवाद देता हूं, श्री कुलदीप कुमार वेदवान और श्रीमती अभिलाषा चौधरी जी को, जिन्होंने हमें मतलब हमारे गांव से जो ढूंढ के हमें लाए और हमें इस काबिल बनाया कि आज हम इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे आके मेडल ले सकें। उसके बाद स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, आर्चरी एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया, जम्मू कश्मीर गवर्नमेंट और श्री माता वैष्णो देवी श्राइन बोर्ड, जिन्होंने हमें ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म दिया कि वहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिस करके और यहाँ पे मेडल ले सकें। मैं अपने देशवासियों को यही कहना चाहूँगा कि इस बार हम ज़रा थोड़े से चूके हैं, लेकिन हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि अगली बार जो है वो इस मेडल का रंग भी बदलेगा और परफॉर्मेंस और ज़्यादा अच्छी आएगी।
मैं अपने भारतवासियों को धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने हमें बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट किया। अपने कोचेज़ को धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने भी बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट किया, बहुत अच्छी कोचिंग दी और शाइन बोर्ड का भी बहुत बड़ा हाथ है, माता रानी का भी बहुत आशीर्वाद है। कोच हमारे साथ अभिलाषा मैम और कुलदीप सर बहुत अच्छे से रहते हैं, जैसे अपने बच्चों की तरह रखते हैं हमें, चाहे हम बाहर मारे एरो या अंदर मारे, तो बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं कि अच्छा करना है, मतलब अपना बेस्ट करना है, तो हम वही करते हैं, जैसे कि सर हमें बोलते हैं कि कैसे करना है तो हम वैसे ही करते हैं।
बात पैरा ओलंपिक कमेटी या भारत सरकार की है, उनकी तरफ से हमें हर तरह से सहयोग मिला है, पूरा सहयोग मिला है। और यहाँ तक मुश्किलों की बात है सर, मुश्किलें तो उतार चढ़ाव खेल का एक हिस्सा है, आते जाते रहते हैं, लेकिन हमारे कोचिस हमें इस तरह से तैयार करते हैं, इस तरह से हमारी ट्रेनिंग कराते हैं कि वो डाउनफॉल बहुत कम हमारी ज़िंदगी में आया है कि हम नीचे गिर जाएं, क्योंकि उसके लिए उन्होंने हमारी ट्रेनिंग ही स्टार्टिंग से उस तरह से कराई है हमें कि थोड़ा सा हम ज़्यादा ही मोटिवेट रहते हैं।
जब से मैं आर्ची में आई हूँ तब से ही सबका बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट है और मैं बहुत खुश हूँ।
ये मेडल हम अपने देशवासियों के लिए और उनका कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं कि उन्होंने हमें सपोर्ट किया, उनकी दुआओं की वजह से आज ये मेडल हमारे गले में है।
काफ़ी अच्छा लग रहा है, हालांकि हम थोड़ी बेटर थ्रो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे, बट वो पता नहीं रनवे पे फील नहीं आई, पता नहीं क्या हुआ, बट अच्छा लग रहा है टाइटल डिफेंड करके। या विद पैरालंपिक रिकॉर्ड, बट वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग न्यू वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड, बिकॉज हम ग्राउंड पे बहुत अच्छा करके आए थे, काफ़ी मेहनत की थी, बहुत अच्छा कंपटीशन रहा। और जिस तरह की क्राउड यहाँ पे आई है, स्पेशली बोलना चाहूँगा, जिस तरह से लोग चीयर कर रहे हैं, आई थिंक मैंने लाइफ में पहली बार इतनी क्राउड देखी है और काफ़ी अच्छा फील हो रहा है इतनी सपोर्टिंग क्राउड के बीच में कम्पीट करके। मैंने इंडिया में रह के तैयारी की थी, हालांकि गवर्नमेंट चाहती थी मैं फ़ॉरेन में जाऊँ, बट मैं चाहता था कि मैं इंडिया में ही रह के ट्रेनिंग करूँ और काफ़ी अच्छी तैयारी की थी। और टाइटल को डिफेंड करके काफ़ी अच्छा लग रहा है। मेरे कोच अरुण कुमार, क्या ही बोलूँ मैं उनके बारे में, काफ़ी मेहनत की उन्होंने मेरे पीछे, दिन रात एक किया है। मैंने देखा है उन्हें रात को भी जागते हुए मेरे लिए मेरा वर्कआउट शेड्यूल प्रिपेयर करते हुए, और मैं बहुत ब्लेस्ड हूँ ऐसा कोच पाके। अभी तक मेरी बात नहीं हुई है, बट खुश होंगे वो, और ये मेडल मेरी माँ के नाम है। प्रिपेयर होके आए थे हम यहाँ पे भी, काफ़ी अच्छी थ्रो ग्राउंड पे भी लगा के आए थे, और चलो वो तो दिन के ऊपर डिपेंड होता है कितनी थ्रो निकलेगी कितनी नहीं, बट हाँ हम यहाँ से जाने के बाद में आई थिंक आई नीड रेस्ट, बिकॉज 3 साल से मैं लगातार ग्राउंड पे हूँ, तो आई थिंक 1-2 महीने का मैं रेस्ट लूँगा कम्प्लीटली, और कोशिश करूँगा कि इस मोमेंट को थोड़ा एंजॉय कर सकूँ। और देखते हैं बाकी आगे की तैयारी, मैं और मेरी टीम मिलके देखते हैं कि अगला कौन सा कंपटीशन खेलना है। गवर्नमेंट से काफ़ी सपोर्ट मिला है, जो मेरे को चाहिए वो मेरी फेडरेशन, मेरे स्पॉन्सर्स, गो स्पोर्ट्स फाउंडेशन एंड साई टॉप्स, जो भी उनका मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा, बिकॉज ये पॉसिबल नहीं था उनके बिना। और गवर्नमेंट से सभी एथलीट्स को काफ़ी सपोर्ट मिल रहा है, और जो भी हम मांगते हैं हमें मिल जाता है, तो मेरे को नहीं लगता कि गवर्नमेंट ने कहीं पे कमी छोड़ी है।
Well, here comes the start list for the T47 women's 100 metres. And what a start list. World champion, world record holder, Tokyo Games medalists.
Time for the final of the women's T47 100 metres.
T47 describing athletes with upper limb impairments.
400 metres here at Paris 2024, representing Brazil,
That's Maria Clara Augusto da Silva from Brazil. 4th at the World Championships a few months ago.
World silver medalist representing Serbia, Saskia Sokolov.
Silver at the World Champ, Saskia Sokolov from Serbia. And 5th at the last Paralympic Games in Tokyo. Lisbeth Marina Vera Andrade from Venezuela, reigning Paralympic champion. And from the USA, the world record holder, she set that way back in 2019. Brittany Mason, a silver in Tokyo.
Pan-American Games bronze medalist from Canada, Sheriana Haas.
That's Sheriana Haas from Canada. 5th at the World Championships last year.
World champion from Ecuador.
And here's the current world champion, Kira Rodriguez from Ecuador. Well, look out for Rodriguez in lane 7, a real challenger to Brittany Mason. Steely-eyed Mason, full of focus today. Farah Andrade, reigning gold medalist. Can she defend this title? Rodriguez last to drop down into the blocks. Away first time of asking. Mason with a good start, but it's Farah Andrade who leads. Rodriguez pushing hard. 12:05 the time. We've got a faller on the line. It's Farah Andrade, I think, who fell, but it's Rodriguez, the Ecuadorian, who's taken gold. Emotional scenes all round. Season's best time, finishes with the silver medal at 12:10. Anna Grimaldi from New Zealand coming through with a bronze in 12:20. A leg injury of some sort.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that she fell in that race. She was looking to hopefully finish in that top 3. But Kira Rodriguez had a fantastic start, and she really did take that win from Brittany Mason, who was the current world record holder. And as we watched the race back, she got a fantastic start. Brittany got out slightly quicker, but the Ecuadorian athlete just managed to hold her form slightly better than Brittany and took that win in a new season's best.
Farah Andrade here, she was leading.
Yeah, she was. It's unfortunate she went down. Hoping that the injury isn't as severe as it looks on the screen.
And if she hadn't have gone down, I don't think Anna Grimaldi would have medalled. So terrific as well for the New Zealander.
Yeah, it was, because she was actually on the outside lane as well in lane 8, and you know, some of the sprinters have a habit who've been on the outside lanes in lane 1 or 2 or 8 or 9, and they've just managed to snatch those bronze medals, you know, just kind of focus on their own races. So yeah, congrats to Anna Grimaldi there, that bronze medal.
It's difficult to watch as Lisbeli Marina Farah Andrade is wheelchaired off. Might have been a quad, might have been a hamstring. Well, there's confirmation of the results.
Bronze medalist representing New Zealand, Anna Grimaldi.
Tremendous for Anna Grimaldi of New Zealand. Snuck into 3rd for that bronze medal place when Lisbeli Marina Farah Andrade fell during the race. It was a very sad scene, and she was taken away in a wheelchair. But Anna Grimaldi with the bronze. That's what the record books will always show. Tremendous achievement. For Grimaldi, adding to that 3rd place at the World Championships earlier this year.
Silver medalist representing the United States of America, Brittany Mason.
She's held the world record for 5 years now. Brittany Mason of the USA took silver last time out of the Paralympic Games, took silver again this year as world champion back in 2019. Delighted with that silver medal.
médaille d'or et championne paralympique représentante de l'Équateur.
And what about this? The world champion is now the Paralympic champion.
Ecuador, Kira Rodriguez.
Ecuador's Kira Rodriguez with a time of 12:04 and a season's best. Takes gold here in Paris. I don't think I've seen three bigger smiles all together all night long.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Well, they'll come together on the podium for that traditional photo. Kira Rodriguez from Ecuador, our gold medalist in the T47 100 meters. Well, there you can see the season bests and personal bests throughout the field. Oliviera Conceição, of course, with the quickest time as world record holder, 2 times world champion. He goes in lane 5 and now he's looking to add Paralympic gold to that impressive CV. Three times world champion, 2015, 2017, 2019, Tavares Martin. There's the man, Oliviera Conceição. Pretty good season's best, current world record holder, and Kouakou, reigning Paralympic champion. And inside in lane 2, Rodriguez Bolivar, silver medalist from the last Paralympic Games. Despite whatever cramp he had, absolutely flying around the first bend. The Brazilian Tavares Martins on the hunt as well. Charles-Antoine Kouakou's making ground. Well, it's looking pretty close at the moment, but Kouakou's looking like he's coming round in lane 4. Can Obando Asprilla hold on? He's slowing. The Malaysian is catching, is all tightening up. Well, he's done it. Obando Asprilla, I think it was. Coming through for Paralympic gold. Well, is he breathing heavy or just doing a few sit-ups to show off? That was brilliant, Annika.
Sensational run. You know, he went to show what was happening prior to the race. Because, you know, it appeared he did have cramp, or we were led to believe he had cramp, but, you know, he took the win nonetheless, and what a fantastic way to do so.
48.09. Silver medal to David.
Silver medal in his first Paralympic final.
David Jose Pineda-Meyer and Giovanni Philippe from Mauritius coming through. The season's best acclaims bronze. Just another day at the office.
Obando Asprilla, now the Paralympic champion. He really did take that race out from the outside lane. And I think he's coming down that home straight. You can actually see him slightly looking at the screen. you know, as the lactic is building and he's trying to get as close to that finish line as possible and hold off the stiff competition of his competitors. And then once he realised he'd crossed the line, he's actually winning. I think it was more of a shock, if anything. But as he's coming into that final home straight as well, he does have a good, you know, 2-3 metre lead off the rest of the field. So it was just about holding everyone off. And you can see him slightly tightening there. Maybe the cramp is now coming back.
Yeah, the form was definitely going, wasn't it? He led from the start. What a terrific start, and I can't believe he held on.
He did, and he did well to take that win. And in doing so, behind the fast Spanish athlete of David Jose Pinar Mier.
Well, superb for Abando Aspria. And other records being set as Mauritius has won a medal on the track for the very first time in Paralympic history. Giovanni Philippe coming through. Oh, he's left his spikes up there.
I think he might still need those spikes. We might want to go back and get them.
Well, there's confirmation of it. John Sebastian Abando Aspria, despite...
Représentant Maurice. Bronze medalist representing Mauritius, Giovanni Philippe.
The men's 400 T20 medal ceremony. Giovanni Philippe from Mauritius doing the dance and picking up the bronze. Third at the World Championships last year, third place tonight. And the first ever track medal at the Paralympics for Mauritius. Look at what it means to him and his entire country.
Silver medalist representing Spain, David Jose Pineda Mejia.
David Jose Pineda Mejia from Spain takes the silver. Not quite his season's best tonight, but enough to claim that silver medal. And in the intellectually impaired class, the T20, we thought he had tramp at the start of the race, but he fooled us all. John Sebastian Abando Aspria from Colombia, Paralympic gold medalist. Bronze at the World Championships earlier this year. And a Paralympic gold. Brilliant moment for him and for Colombia. What an occasion for John Sebastian Abando Aspria.
Well, the sun started to pick its way up. Here's our start list in this one. Paralympic champion and European champion, Iglesias Fornero, the Parapan American Games champion, Suarez de Silva, and the two-time reigning world champion, Valieva, also going in this one.
Un record personnel en 12:70 pour les États-Unis d'Amérique. The personal best set this season of 12.70, representing the United States of America, Erin Kirchhoff.
First out, it's Erin Kirchhoff, who was sick in the World Paralympics Championships at Stade Charlotte here in Paris last year.
reigning champion for Spain,
Adriano Iglesias Fornero, the reigning Paralympic champion of Spain, will go in lane 3.
Fourth in the 2023 World Championships, representing Ireland.
Ireland's Orla Comerford from Dublin. She was 8th in 2016 in Rio, 4th at the World Championships last year here in the city of Paris.
200 meters, representing Brazil.
Ryan Suarez da Silva, 8th in Tokyo, silver medalist this year at the Worlds in Kobe. She's also the Pan American Games champion.
Representing Azerbaijan.
Former world champion, Lamia Valieva of Azerbaijan.
La championne du monde en titre pour le Canada. 2023 World Championships bronze medalist from Canada,
Bianca Borgella, bronze medalist in Paris last year at the Worlds. The Canadian will go in lane 7.
2020 American bronze medalist for United States of America,
Bronze medalist at the long jump at the 2019 World Championships is Kim Crosby.
2019 World Championships bronze medalist from Brazil.
And rounding out the field, it is Mondonca Ferreira of Brazil. Final of the women's 100 metres T13, the least of the visual impairment categories. And they get away the first time of asking and moving out very fast. It's Valieva, the current world champion. She's flying out in front. There's been a fall in the background on the inside of Valieva, really looking to get as far as the silver. That's a new world record. Tight on the line. But it is a new world record for Lamia Valieva of Azerbaijan, who's just pipped Suarez da Silva. Orla Comerford of Ireland looked like she took the bronze medal there. But Valieva has added the Paralympic Championship gold in a new world record time to her 2 World Championship golds, getting congratulations from the now former champion, Adriano Iglesias Fornero. But Suarez da Silva does take silver. Lifetime best of 11.78 for her. And it's Ireland's Orla Comerford who claims a bronze medal. She was sensational in her heat, but she's taken the bronze in the women's 100 metres T13. Almost Usain Bolt stance. But what a performance from Valieva, out of the blocks so quick.
She really, really was. She come out the blocks flying, and she was really motoring down that straight. She'd previously got the silver in Tokyo. And as you can see again, she was actually up there with the Irish athlete, and then she started to just pull away.
Well, both of them are inside the world record. The former world record was 11.79. It was 11.78 for Ryan Suarez da Silva.
A new world record and Paralympic records. Can't really ask for more than that.
And you see Borgella in the background just going down with her leg injury. Looked like she might have pulled a muscle. She did finish the race. I think she might have pulled a calf muscle, possibly. Hopefully it's not an Achilles. But that was tight on the line for Lamia Valieva.
It really, really was. And a fantastic bronze as well from the Irish athlete, Orla Comerford, who had a fantastic heat as well, also running a personal best there. So to come away with a bronze medal for Ireland, just fantastic to see.
Well, we saw the Irish supporters in the crowd. There's the former champion left of screen of Spain, who finished in 5th position, Iglesias Fornero, but there is the Paralympic and world champion and the new world record time of 11.76, Valieva Lamia of Azerbaijan.
Médaillée de bronze, représentante de l'Irlande. Bronze medalist representing Ireland.
Comerford with a bronze medal, her first at either the Paralympic Games or the World Championships. Took the sport up at the age of 6 at Raheny Shamrock Athletic Club in Dublin. Decent hero as well, the Irish para-sprinter Jason Smith, the multiple Paralympic champion. She eats 5 jelly sweets as part of her pre-race routine. Well, there's something different. Bronze medalist Orla Comerford of Ireland.
Silver medalist representing Brazil, Ryan Suarez de Silva.
Ryan Suarez de Silva with the silver. Para-Pan Am champion last year from Santiago. She was 8th back in Tokyo 2020. She was silver at the Worlds earlier this year. She was named the best para-athlete in Brazil in 2017 and 2018. And she's adding to her collection here. Silver from Brazil, Ryan Suarez de Silva.
Médaille d'or et championne paralympique représentante de l'Azerbaïdjan. Gold medalist and Paralympic champion.
But in a world record time. Lamia Valieva, 11.76 seconds, taking 3/100ths of a second off the mark set in Rio 2016 by Ukraine's Lelia Azatomova. She was a silver medalist in Tokyo 2020. The tears of joy are there. It's great to see how much it means to the athletes. 22 years of age, from Azerbaijan. She's also competed in non-para-athletics at international level. Well, Azerbaijan is now the Paralympic champion to add to her World Championship title. Orla Comerford of Ireland with a bronze, Suarez the silver with the silver. But it's Valieva who takes the gold in the women's 100 metres T13.
Paralympic Games bring out the best in shot putter Alexander Yarovyi. The Ukrainian produced a personal best to claim silver at Tokyo 2020. He improved on that with his 4th attempt in the F20 competition here. A new world record of 17 metres 61. No wonder he was pleased. A throw which earned Yarovyi the gold medal. The big favourite in the women's 400 metres T37 final was Jiang Fengfen from the People's Republic of China. She would face tough competition though from Natalia Kobzar from Ukraine in lane 8. Jiang had beaten her rival to the gold medal at Tokyo 2020. This time it was a different story. Kobzar held on to win, a lifetime best of 1 minute 0.92 seconds. Jiang taking silver. The Netherlands were strongly represented in the final of the women's 200 metres. Marleen van Gansvinkel, the defending champion, was in lane 6. Teammate Kimberly Alkemada in lane 8. The pair would dominate this T64 race. Alkemada was just ahead at halfway and pulled clear. Dutch delight for Alkemada and Van Ganswinkel.
Great, absolutely amazing. I did everything, like everything, to win this. So, yeah, very happy. So I already broke the world record. So I knew that I was in a good shape. So yeah, just had to run fast today.
Пробігла 400 метрів.
I broke 400-meter record. This is not my first medal. The first one was in
перша
Tokyo,
медаль.
a silver medal.
Перша була в Токіо, друге місце, друга. А зараз перше
And
місце
now
тут
I
у
have a
Парижі.
gold medal here in Paris.
Також хочу надихати
I
молодь,
want to inspire
щоб
young people to
розвивалися.
evolve.
І
And I want to
хочу
thank my
сказати
coach.
дуже дякую своєму тренеру.
I'm Whitney Bogart. And I'm Megan Mahan. And we play goalball for Canada.
The match is about to begin.
Quiet, please. Play. Nailed it. When you first start the sport, it's kind of scary. You really don't know. You're completely in the dark. And for some people, you know, that is their normal vision. For others, you're taking away the limited vision that you already have. But I think as the practice goes on and as the years go on, you actually really start to visualize what's going on in the court.
It doesn't feel like you're under eye shades and patches and that there's nothing there. It really feels like you are seeing everything that's happening on court. We're really listening for where the ball is starting from. We play our defense and shift our defense to minimize the angles, and that's our strategy. Especially as the center player, you're letting your wingers know, like, okay, hey, the ball's on the left side, so we're prepared for it to come from the left or the right. We all just work together with the communicating where you hear the ball. I've been playing for over 20 years, and back then it was just like something fun to do. But now with how well known the Paralympics are, people start watching and then they see the different sports and be like, hey, that is something I can do. That's something I'd like to do.
I think it's a very unique opportunity for us as Paralympians to really show others out there, whether they're children or adults, that there's sports that you can access no matter the barriers that are in front of you because of your disability. We are also just people. We're facing the same or similar daily challenges, and the way that we've gone about navigating is an opportunity that's there for everyone. I think that's something that even after my career, I hope to continue to spread in that Paralympic movement.
There was an intriguing quarter-final between Canada and Israel in the women's goalball at the South Paris Arena. Both sides won one of their 3 pool matches and scored a similar amount of goals. So would it come down to defence? Canada only conceded 2 during the pool stages, the joint best. But in Lily Ben David, Israel have a star. Their joint top scorer from their first 3 matches, and she took just 19 seconds to find a breakthrough. It was a sign of things to come. Goal number 8 in Paris gave Israel the edge. Goal number 9 gave them complete control at half-time. So Canada with a mountain to climb, but their fans still believed, even more so when Amy Burke did this with Canada's first throw of the second half. A moment to remember for Burke in her 5th Paralympic Games. It should have given Canada confidence. Instead, they were pushed back by Israel's attack. Mizrahi came close and then found the net moments later. Ben David rounded off the win, her 4th, Israel's 5th, and a semi-final place all but secured. Now it was just a case of waiting for the time to tick away. Israel knew they'd done enough. (5-1) the final score. Canada will play in the classification matches, whereas Israel, who'd lost at the quarter-final stage at the last 2 Paralympic Games, will now face the People's Republic of China in the final 4.
It's a mix of emotion. I cried. I feel euphoria. I feel happy. I feel relieved. And we made it to the semis. That's important. from now it's a new tournament. Every game is the game of our life, and I think it shows.
The stage was set for singles matches at South Paris Arena, and medals were guaranteed in the men's MS10 class. Wearing red, Filip Radovic of Montenegro had taken bronze in Tokyo. A win here would guarantee him either silver or gold in Paris. Yan Hao of the People's Republic of China had taken gold at the last 3 games. And was looking to add a 4th consecutive title to his name. In the end, Yan progressed to the final by 3 games to 1. Radovic had to settle for bronze. At the quarter-final stage of the women's singles class 5, home hopes were with Alexandra Saint-Pierre. The reigning world champion was making her Paralympic debut in Paris. Her opponent, Chung Yun-ae of the Republic of Korea, had taken bronze in Tokyo. Spurred on by the crowd, Saint-Pierre took the first game after a tiebreak. Levelled in the second. This was a match that would run to a 5th and final game. In the end, the Korean edged it. Chung Yun-ae advanced to the semi-finals. The session reached a fitting finale with the gold medal match in the men's singles class 5. Tommy Orahag of Norway faced Chen Ming-chi of Chinese Taipei. A fast and physical first game went in Cheng's favour, 11-5. Orahag held his nerve to take the second, 11-7. But Cheng came straight back to reach game point again in the third. While his coach was animated, Cheng was outwardly calm. Closing down the game to go 2-1 up. Orahag needed to win the 4th to keep his medal hopes alive. To the delight of the crowd, this would go to a 5th deciding game. A fantastic final rally saw the Norwegian take gold. 12 years on since his triumph at London 2012, Tommy Orahag was Paralympic champion once more.
As Pool B of the men's sitting volleyball concluded at the North Paris Arena, Brazil and Ukraine were playing for pride, as neither side could reach the semi-finals. Both teams had lost their opening matches, an unexpected outcome for Brazil, who had reached the last 2 Paralympic semi-finals. They showed their intent from the very first point, as some stunning defensive play from Alex Witkowski showed their desperation to make amends. Unlike their opponents, the South Americans had not won a set at these Paralympics, but a team on a mission finally changed that unwanted record. In the second set, Ukraine led by 4 points early on, Oleksiy Kharlamov converting from close range. But Brazil's determination shone through, as Thiago Costa's fine winner helped his side move 2 sets clear. Despite their poor record, Ukraine have impressed at times in Paris, Denis Bitchenko in particular, and the skipper swung beautifully to take the third set and half the deficit. The Ukrainian ace led his nation's efforts in the 4th set with a series of stunning serves, but Brazil were the more solid team, and their intense focus was rewarded with a first win in Paris. They will now play a classification match for 5th place. The sitting volleyball group stages ended with a women's match which would settle the Pool A standings. Paralympic debutants and host nation France took on the People's Republic of China, who have contested every gold medal match in this event. Looking for a 4th title and a 3rd group win in Paris, the Chinese wasted no time in taking the opening set. They raced ahead in the 2nd as well, but the French crowd showed their unswerving support as their team delayed the inevitable by saving a set point. Sets up, China clinched a straight sets win to set up a last 4th match with Canada, and in the other semi-final, the United States of America will face Brazil. For France, a humbling experience, but occasions their players will always remember.
The boccia mixed pairs competition continued with a BC 3 Pool B match between Great Britain and Thailand. 19-year-old Sally Kidson and William Arnott were up against Ladamane Klahan and Akadej Chuchernklin. In this category, players use ramps and specialised tools to release their balls in the direction of the jack. Assistants adjust the angles but are not permitted to look at the court during the game. A close first end, but it was this shot from Klahan, using the red balls, that eventually gave Thailand a one-shot lead. The second end was another tight affair, Chuchernklin putting Thailand into prime position. Kidson tried to wrestle back the advantage, but her ball refused to climb the jack. Thailand leading by 3 points at the halfway stage. Into the third, and again Thailand with the scoring ball after Great Britain had used up all their options. Klahan had one last go to add to the tally. Distances were measured and 2 further points were confirmed for the Thai duo. Final end, and Great Britain trying to salvage something from the match. Arnott's penultimate shot was good, but not good enough. And so it ended Thailand 7, Great Britain 0. To a BC4 Pool C match which featured Hong Kong, China and Brazil. Jung Yoon and Leung Yok Wing were up against the Brazilian pairing of Andre Costa and Laisa Poliana Teixeira. And it was Costa who made the first decisive impact. This shot, with the red balls, earning Brazil 2 points. Jung took a risk in the second end. With the jack surrounded by scoring blues, his final effort rolled over the top of them, but ended up adding to his tally. A fine 5 from the end, so Hong Kong were right back in it. They extended their lead in the third, Jung's terrific long-range effort nestling up to the jack. 3 more to the total. 8-2 down in the final end, Brazil needed to score with all 6 balls to draw level. Teixeira with their final shot. But it was 1 more score to the opposition. It finished Hong Kong, China 9, Brazil 2.
Argentina's Brian Impellizzeri had been the one to watch this season in the men's long jump T37 event, and he was in impressive form in the final. This was his second jump. A distance of 6 metres 42 centimetres, and that was enough to win him the gold medal, improving on the silver he won in Tokyo. Already with 1 gold medal secured, Jaden Blackwell of the United States of America was the favourite to win another in the men's 400 metres T38 final.
Set.
He was way ahead of the rest of the field from the start and finished in style to equal his own world record of 48.49. His teammate Ryan Mendrano edged ahead of Juan Campos Sanchez for the silver and bronze medals respectively. But it was all about Blackwell. He'd achieved his ambition of gold in both the 100 and the 400.
I told you!
I'm the best!
54-year-old Anathanasios Konstantindinis of Greece was the defending champion in the men's shot put F32. He saved the best for his last throw in the final. An enormous 11 metres 93 to secure the gold medal. The women's 100 metres T11 final featured 4 athletes and their guides and included the world and Paralympic record holder Jerusa Geber dos Santos from Brazil. She had broken that world record with a time of 11.80 in the semi-finals. Her great form continued as she headed for the line and the gold medal. It was silver again for Li Si-ching from the People's Republic of China. She'd been second in Tokyo too. And Lorena Silva Spoladori, also for Brazil, took bronze. Venezuela's Lisbela Vera Andrade was the fastest qualifier and favourite ahead of the final of the women's 100 metres T47. She was leading until the last few metres until she pulled up with an injury. Ecuador's Chiara Rodriguez then powered over the line for gold. World record holder Brittany Mason of the United States of America finished second to take silver, and New Zealand's Anna Grimaldi with a surprise bronze. Marcel Hug of Switzerland was the big draw as he attempted to win back-to-back gold in the final of the 1500 metres T54. Fastest qualifier was Jin Hua of the People's Republic of China. He's the reigning world champion and was competing in his first Paralympic Games. And it was Hua who led from the front. The 24-year-old looked strong and speeded up on the final lap as he moved away from Marcel Hug to become the Paralympic champion in Paris. Hug took the silver, and in a lifetime best, China's Dai Junhuan took bronze.
I'm extremely happy because this is my 5th participation in the Paralympics and I've worked so much for this. I've been waiting for this medal for a long time and now it has come at the perfect moment. I'm going to celebrate a lot, especially with my coaches and Gabrielle. I have so much still to conquer in my life, so I'm going to keep working hard to celebrate more.
I feel really good. I mean, I accomplished the goal that I wanted to do, and that is get 2 gold, break world record, which I did in my 100. And I'm kind of sad that I didn't break it in my 4, but still I ran a 48. So I'm happy about that. I'm just happy to get the 2 goals. The atmosphere, the cheering, the screaming, everything. I love it. I mean, I love this loud noise. It gives me more confidence, gives me more energy boost. So, yeah.
The wet weather didn't deter these spectators as the para-equestrian competition got underway. Athletes and their horses aim to impress the judges by performing a set routine. Male and female athletes compete against one another. The USA were hoping for success when Fiona Howard moved top of the standings in the Grade 2 category, aboard Diamond Dunes. But there were 6 athletes still to go, including Britain's Georgia Wilson, who won bronze in Tokyo 3 years ago. She secured at least that here when she moved into 2nd place, with 1 athlete still to come. That was double world champion Katrine Christensen from Denmark, returning to the sport after giving birth to her daughter. One of her daughter's first words was Korta, the name of the horse. This display good enough to move into 2nd place, as Howard and the USA celebrated gold. To the Grade 3 classification, like Grade 2, horses are permitted to walk or trot, but not canter. Britain's Natasha Baker is a 6-time gold medalist, but only returned to the sport in May, following the birth of her son. She competed 3rd and moved into top spot. Next up, Dutch athlete Rikst van der Horst, who knocked Baker into 2nd place with this performance. The penultimate athlete was Rebecca Hart from the United States of America. She moved top of the leaderboard on her horse, Floritina. And when the final competitor couldn't trouble the top 3, the American knew the gold medal was hers. The final event of the day was Grade 1, where the horses are only permitted to walk. Defending champion Roxanne Trunnell moved top as the USA aimed for a 3rd gold medal of the day. That looked increasingly likely when Italian Sara Morganti could only move into second place. Latvia's Richard Snikas finished second behind Truddle in Tokyo 3 years ago. He was hoping to go one better here on his horse, King of the Dance. He moved top of the standings. And when none of the remaining 3 athletes did enough for a top 3 finish, Snikas knew he'd secured his first Paralympic gold medal in his 4th Games.
I don't even believe that it's real right now. Like, I have worked so long for this, and I'm so grateful to be here and have it right now. Flora is the most amazing horse that I've ever gotten to ride, and she is such a professional, and it was cold and it was raining on us, and she was just 100% there with me the entire ride.
After successive 4th place finishes at the Paralympic Games, Brazil arrived in Paris hoping this would be their year to get on the podium. But they failed to win a match in the pool stage. Now in the quarter-finals, they faced the team who beat them in the bronze medal match 3 years ago, Japan, who won all 3 of their pool matches. So would have been full of confidence until this happened with Brazil's very first throw. Jessica Vitorino giving her team the perfect start. That, though, was the only time Japan's defence was breached in the first half. Chances came and went, but for every throw, the opposition had a response ready. This was tight, tense, tantalisingly close. Japan scored 6 when they beat Brazil in Tokyo 3 years ago. They couldn't get 1 in Paris. Instead, Brazil got 2. Vitorino with her second, 7.5 minutes to go. Their place in the semi-finals getting closer, but far from confirmed. Japan finally found a way past Brazil's defence, but not past the post. The time ticking, the pressure mounting, and eventually telling. Brazil holding firm and now moving on. Their defence unbeatable. 2-0 the final score. Brazil had avenged their defeat from 3 years ago, and for a 3rd successive Paralympic Games, the semi-finals beckon. The last quarter-final of the women's goalball saw the defending champions Turkey trying to move a step closer to making history by winning an unprecedented 3rd successive Paralympic Games title. In their way, the Republic of Korea, who'd never reached the Final Four. Turkey scored 13 goals in their 3 pool matches. 11 of them came from Sevda Altunova. She took less than a minute here to score her 12th of the competition. Altunova is considered the world's best female goalball player. During the first half against Korea, it was clear to see why. 2 more goals followed as Turkey led 4-1 at half-time. The 2 teams may have swapped ends, but Altunova's aim was still as precise when the match restarted. A bouncing effort so hard to defend, Turkey now 5-1 ahead. Goalball is all about producing an element of surprise. Teams can only guess where the ball is by the sound of a bell. Korea's Sim Sung-hwa changed the angle and confused Turkey's defence to reduce the deficit. Now Korea was suddenly on top, but they failed to take their chances. So Min-ji saw her penalty saved. These 2 sides met in the final of the World Championship 2 years ago. Turkey won 10-4 that day, and they would secure victory again here. With her first throw, Berfin Altan scored Turkey's final goal. It finished 6-3. Turkey will face Brazil in their semi-final and are a step closer to an historic 3rd successive goalball title.
और ये मेरा तीसरा पैरालंपिक था और पहले 2 पैरालंपिक में मैंने 4th फिनिश किया था और किस्मत ऐसी रही इसमें भी मैं चौथा रहा हूँ। बट हम जाट हैं, जब तक करेंगे नहीं तब तक छोड़ने वाले कहाँ हैं। ये जंग अभी जारी रहेगी और जब तक करेंगे नहीं छोड़ेंगे नहीं, क्योंकि कई एग्जाम्पल ऐसे रहे हैं जिन्होंने पहले, दूसरे, तीसरे नहीं चौथे ओलंपिक में या पैरालंपिक में मेडल जीता है। तो मैं भी कोशिश करूँगा वैसा ही कुछ करने की। और मैंने कंपटीशन अच्छे से लड़ा, एक अच्छी थ्रो थी, शायद वो मेडल की हो सकती थी, वो फाउल हो गई, बट अपना बेस्ट एफर्ट दिया। और पूरे देश को, देशवासियों को सपोर्ट करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और इस बार इतने अच्छे से देश में पूरे में दिखाया जा रहा है हमारे स्पोर्ट्स को, पैरा स्पोर्ट्स को, ये भी हमारे लिए खुशनसीब की बात है। तो सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थोड़ा सा दुख रहेगा कि देश के लिए मेडल नहीं जीत पाया, चौथा रहेगा बस, और वो दिल में रहेगी। बट उसको जब तक पूरा नहीं करेंगे, जब तक छोड़ेंगे नहीं, कोशिश रहेगी आगे और अच्छा करेंगे और बिना करे छोड़ने वाले नहीं।
परफॉर्मेंस आज दिन नहीं था, तैयारी मतलब मैंने पूरी जी जान लगा दी थी, लेकिन नहीं था आज, अच्छा नहीं था दिन। पिछले 2 साल से तो मैं इंजरी में था, लेकिन इस साल मैं रिकवर करा था और काफ़ी अच्छी इस बार परफॉर्मेंस भी थी। बैक टू बैक सिल्वर लाना भी ठीक है, लेकिन मैं सेटिस्फाई नहीं हो पा रहा अपनी इससे ही। तो ये है कि आगे अभी और मेहनत की ज़रूरत है। कोचिस ने मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा हेल्प करी है ट्रेनिंग में, और मैंने लास्ट टाइम से मैं दिल्ली में ही कर रहा हूँ और सारा अच्छा जा रहा है। अभी वहीं ट्रेनिंग करेंगे, अब वापस से करेंगे और अपना टारगेट कंप्लीट करना है एक बार मुझे गोल्ड का। अभी तो प्लानिंग वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप किया नेक्स्ट ईयर, तो उस पर फोकस करूँगा और इस बार मैं कंपटीशन ज़्यादा खेलूँगा ताकि कंपटीशन फियर बिल्कुल ख़त्म हो जाए। अब फेडरेशन से सपोर्ट बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा रहा है हमेशा से, पीसीआई की तरफ से, साई की तरफ से, टॉप्स की तरफ से, तो वो हमेशा अच्छा ही रहा है वहाँ से। मेरी फैमिली का बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट रहा है हमेशा से, पूरी हेल्प, मतलब कभी भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं रही उनके साथ में। वो हमेशा से बोलते थे जो तेरा मन है वो कर। तो मेरी मम्मी और फादर मतलब कभी भी इस चीज़ में पीछे नहीं हटा। अभी भी वो बहुत ज़्यादा खुश होंगे सिल्वर से, लेकिन अभी सेटिस्फेक्शन नहीं है, आगे और भी बढ़िया करना है।
देखो आज हमने गोल्ड में हैट्रिक जमा दी है। सुमित अंटिल ने वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड के साथ आज अपनी जीवन का दूसरा पैरालंपिक गेम में गोल्ड मेडल लिया है। ये एक बहुत ही उसके लिए अचीवमेंट और देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़े गर्व की बात है। उसके लिए हम 140 करोड़ देशवासी उसके लिए दुआएं कर रहे थे कि वो अपना रिकॉर्ड बनाए और उसने अपने काम पूरा कर दिया।
सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई, शुभकामनाएं। बैडमिंटन से बहुत अच्छी खबर आई है। मैं बैडमिंटन स्टेडियम में हूँ और हमारे नितेश ने गोल्ड मेडल जीता है SL3 कैटेगरी में। बहुत बड़ी बात है। बहुत फाइट का मैच था, लेकिन नितेश ने दिखा दिया कि वो फिजिकली फिट तो है ही है, मेंटली फिट भी है। मैं उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, उनके कोच को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, उनके परिवार को बधाई देता हूँ और स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, भारत सरकार, सबको बधाई। ये बैडमिंटन से बहुत बड़ा है हमारे लिए। आज की शुरुआत बहुत शानदार है। आगे भी फाइनल सुहास एलवाई खेलेगा अभी, और भी काफ़ी खिलाड़ी हमारे अगले राउंड में पहुंच चुके हैं, सेमीफाइनल में पहुंच चुके हैं। और जो हमारा एक टारगेट है 25 से पार मेडल, बिल्कुल हम 25 से पार जीतेंगे, ज़्यादा जीतेंगे। और जो मेडल टैली है उसमें टॉप 20 में भारत आएगा, क्योंकि हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने बहुत शानदार परफॉर्मेंस दी है। और मैं सभी देशवासियों को पुनः बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
प्रेशर तो कभी मेरा आर्चर फील नहीं करता, लेकिन आज दिन ही ख़राब था अपना। लेकिन शीतल ने बहुत आउटस्टैंडिंग अपना किया, क्योंकि फर्स्ट पैरालंपिक था और पूरे कंटिजेंट की सबसे छोटी बच्ची, और इतनी छोटी सी उम्र में सर यहाँ तक पहुँचना, यही अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा मतलब बात है। और मैं कहूँगा कि उसने अपना बेस्ट दिया है, क्योंकि हर एक आर्चर, हर एक खिलाड़ी, हर एक एथलीट ये कोशिश करता है कि मैं अपना बेस्ट दूँ। शी स्टार्टेड बिफोर 3 years and within 3 years she won many international medal and she received national award. सो मेरे लिए तो सर ये बहुत बड़ी बात है कि उसने विद इन 3 ईयर अर्जुन अवार्ड तक बच्ची पहुंच गई। शीतल मेरे पास में जब आई, बहुत छोटी बच्ची, मतलब 3 साल पहले जब आई, दोनों हाथ नहीं है, तो देख करके लोग आश्चर्यजनक होते थे कि दोनों हाथ नहीं है बच्ची को, कैसे तीर चलाएगी। शीतल खुद बोली सर मैं क्या तीर चला सकती हूँ, क्योंकि जब वो एकेडमी में आई, मैं श्री माता वैष्णो देवी श्राइन बोर्ड में कोच हूँ और वहाँ पे मेरी मिसेज अभिलाषा चौधरी भी कोच है। तो वहाँ पे जब फर्स्ट टाइम शीतल आई, सरिता आई एंड राकेश, मतलब सब बच्चों जो डिसेबल बच्चे हैं, जो पैरा के बच्चे हैं, वो आते थे, सोचते थे कि एबल के बच्चों को चलाते हुए देख करके बड़ा आश्चर्य होता था, सर हम कैसे तीर चलाएंगे। तो शीतल के लिए तो बिल्कुल चैलेंज ही था, क्योंकि दोनों हाथ ही नहीं थे, बचपन से जिसको दोनों हाथ नहीं है, और क्योंकि तीर और धनुष तो हाथों से चलते हैं, लेकिन वो चैलेंज मैंने एक्सेप्ट किया और शीतल के लिए मैंने एक स्पेशल डिवाइस बनाई जिससे शीतल मतलब तीर चला सके। और वो स्पेशल डिवाइस जो रिलीज एड मैंने बनाया उसके ही माध्यम से, मतलब समझो कि वो दोनों शीतल के दोनों हाथ है, क्योंकि आज उसी के माध्यम से शीतल देवी ओलंपिक तक पहुंची है। मैं पूरे भारतवासियों को जिन्होंने इतना प्यार दिया, प्रधानमंत्री जी को, खेल मंत्री को, अब आर्चरी एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया को, स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया को, और सभी भारत के हर एक बच्चे, बुजुर्ग, सबको, महिलाओं को मैं यही बोलता हूँ कि जैसा प्यार आप दे रहे हैं सरिता को, शीतल को और मेरे सभी आर्चर को, और मुझे हमेशा ऐसे देते रहे। ज़रूर अभी शुरुआत है, क्योंकि 3 साल में आर्चर ओलंपिक तक जाना ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। एक खिलाड़ी और एक संस्था ही समझ सकता है, वो खिलाड़ी समझ सकता है, कोच समझ सकता है, और सारे भारत को, पूरे वर्ल्ड को पता है कि शीतल इतने शॉर्ट टाइम में आज अगर ओलंपिक में क्वालिफाई करके आई है, ओलंपिक के लिए खेल रही है, ओलंपिक में आके मतलब भारत का झंडा लहरा रही है, तो ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और मैं चाहूँगा कि मैं आपसे हाथ जोड़ कर निवेदन करता हूँ कि कल प्रे करना, डेफिनेटली शीतल कल मेडल जीतेगी और आपका प्यार ऐसे ही बना रहे।
हार जीत तो लगी रहती है, दिन आज नहीं था मेरा, एक ना एक दिन आएगा दिन, नेक्स्ट टाइम डेफिनेटली। फेडरेशन भी बहुत सपोर्ट कर रही है, अवेयरनेस अच्छा बढ़ रहा है पैरालंपिक्स का, गवर्नमेंट भी अच्छा सपोर्ट कर रही है, अच्छा मतलब उसके लिए जॉब वगैरह ये सब प्रोवाइड कर रही है, अच्छा दे रही है, इसलिए लड़के आ रहे हैं, अच्छा हो रहा है। स्पोर्ट्स बहुत अच्छा है स्पोर्ट्स। बाकी जो स्टडी वगैरह करते हैं, जो डिसेबल है, वो यहाँ पे आना चाहिए, क्योंकि अपने देश का भी नाम रोशन हो जाएगा, सबके लिए अच्छा है।